State to make the playoff and win the Big 12. Right now, we're speaking pretty spot right here. There is Shaka Tony, 17.
Let's go tonight, Shaka.
We are 21 minutes away. Penn State, Ohio State, more after this.
A lot has changed this year. What hasn't is people falling in love and wanting to spend their lives together. Converse Jewelers has the perfect catering to see forever today. Visit us and our website to see our bridal collection. We're here to help with this important choice, either online or in our store. Our in-house jewelers will get your ring ready for the big day. And with financing for every budget, there's no reason to wait. Embrace what's most important and begin your happily ever after at Converse Jewelers.
What's better than one Memorial Highway Chevrolet dealership?
Two Memorial Highway Chevrolet dealerships.
We're proud to announce the addition of our new location at the former Teddy Ross in Somerset. For you, that means more selection, more savings, and more convenience.
Visit our new location next to Walmart in Somerset and see why so many people are making the switch to Memorial Highway Chevrolet.
When will you switch to Memorial Highway Chevrolet?
Through the years, we've done a lot of changing and growing. But our business, Elmar Tires and Lincoln Market, has grown to become a full-service garage with 5 locations. One thing that hasn't changed, Elmar Tires still offers the best pricing on a large selection of brand-name tires for quality, affordable automotive repair. No matter where you live in Central PA, Elmar Tires will be your one-stop shop for new tires and auto repair. Hi, I'm Caleb Lakins. Come and visit any of our Elmar Tire locations for a quote, or call and visit us online.
Hey, you love football? With the Fox Bet Sportsbook app, you can take it to the next level. Okay. Boom! Dude, it's next level! With just the tap of that button, boom! Every play means even more. And every matchup becomes real. Ah, come on! Download the Fox Bet Sportsbook app. And don't just bet. Fox Bet. Boom! We have a lot of respect for Ohio State. It's a great opportunity for our club. Anytime you play Penn State, you know there's a lot. Everything's at stake in this game. Every time we play it, it's going down to the wire. I'm never going to see my team as somebody who's lesser than another team. Field sends it deep down the field for Wilson. Got it! Touchdown! I feel like I manage the game well. We really just want to keep building on that momentum. As long as we give him time, he can line up the field. Field now takes off now. Field heading field goal. Field to the end zone. You know how talented he is. Very lot of respect for him. The team who wins this game is himself. The driver's seat to be a conference championship. You know, we have just as much of a chance to make the college football playoff and win the Big Ten as them. Penn State still has a chance. In 2020, anything can happen. But when it comes to the Big Ten East here, there's a 7% chance right now. If they win tonight, it jumps up to 34%. And, you know, despite that loss by the Nittany Lions, the Big Ten still has the best chance to send multiple teams to this year's college football playoff. It's at 34% for that conference. Justin Fields, by the way, once a Penn State commit, was a starter in the conference. 32-1 passing touchdown to INT ratio. So he's near perfect, right? And when you see he's so good, what do you see as a quarterback that's throwing the football compared to running the football?
Well, listen, he likes to stay in the pocket. He's not a run-first kind of guy. And when he moves around, like you talked about, he'll hold on to that ball in the pocket, shuffle around, move, slide one way or the other. But he's looking to throw the football, and that's something that's taught to him by Ryan Day. I was with Ryan Day in Philly, and he's got those pro concepts dialed in. Justin Fields is going to transfer very well to Sunday.
The biggest thing about him from last year to this year, can you throw the football with anticipation? Throw it before the guy comes open. Don't throw it once he comes open.
And by the way, Penn State blitzes on 204 of its opponents' dropbacks last season, most in the Big Ten. You got to see that tonight.
Nugget.
Saturday Night Football presents. You can just feel the energy, the excitement, the intensity of this rivalry.
it your choice at Nittany Beverage.
1, 2, 3. Lease a 2020 RAV4 LE now for $229 a month, or buy a 2020 RAV with up to $1,750 cash back, or finance with a low 0% APR. Toyota, let's go places.
For the best price in town on Make it your choice at Nittany Beverage.
Pennsylvania voters, Election Day is right around the corner on Tuesday, November 3rd. Got any major plan to vote? Before you vote in person, make sure you know where your polling place is. It's easy to find online or on your phone. You can visit votespa.com, enter your information, and you'll get the address of your polling place. The polls will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. on November 3rd for safe in-person voting. Make a plan, wear a mask, and be sure to vote safe. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
This is ESPN on ABC, brought to you in part by Samsung QLED TV, the official TV of ESPN College Football.
The one and only whiteout. Monochromatic mayhem. Penn State Unity 100,000 strong. Undisruptive.
But this year, it is white out of the question, of course. A unique 15-year tradition on pause. About 1% of the usual crowd, and cardboard cutouts for the silent stand-ins for the normally rowdy student section.
One pom-pom reporting for duty.
Hallows Eve in Happy Valley. Welcome to Saturday Night Football on ABC, presented by Capital One. And tonight's big tandem collision between the undefeated third-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes and the Penn State Nittany Lions from here in Beaver Stadium. And
Welcome to the Whiteout.
join us.
The Penn State Nittany Lions host the Ohio State Buckeyes this evening in a top 25 showdown. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play-by-play. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. As always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hit that thumbs up button. Share as well. Hashtag college football. Hashtag Ohio State. Hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated as well. Penn State in whiteouts 8-8 all time. Happy Halloween, everyone, as well. Ohio State 12-3 all time on Halloween, whereas Penn State is 10-8 all time on Halloween. However, the Nittany Lions and Buckeyes have never met on Halloween before. It is Halloween 2020. We have a full moon. Something's got to give with the Bucks and the Nitwits right here in Happy Valley over at Beaver Stadium. No fans in attendance, though, due to coronavirus, COVID-19. Hopefully everyone is staying safe. There will be people from friends and family of coaches and players allowed in the stadium this evening. So friends and family, and this is Big Ten wide across the conference for all 14 teams. Coming up at halftime, we'll take a look back at college football from this afternoon on October the 31st, 2020, this Halloween night. So no fans, as Chris Fowler said, about a 1% capacity. The new normal for the time being until we get, of course, 110,000 screaming blue and white fans back in the stands, hopefully at some point in the near future. But the third-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes travel right here to Happy Valley to take on the 18th-ranked Penn State Nittany Lions. Ohio State coming off a win last week against Nebraska. Penn State overtime loss by 1 on the road last Saturday against the Indiana Hoosiers. As mentioned, with the 1% capacity crowd, the limit with friends and family of coaches and players from both respective teams. As you see a few of those on respective sidelines. Penn State still has cardboard cutouts, as everyone does nowadays. The S Zone will, in fact, continue. They got a S Zone logo where the S Zone's normally at. They have that tarped off, along with a few of the other sponsors, of course, throughout the stadium, as well as we now go back into the history books. The past 4 years with Penn State and Ohio State, 3 of the last 4 meetings have been decided by a total of 5 points. 2016, Penn State won by 1. 17 and 18, Ohio State won by 1. So do the math, or as mentioned, Penn State, in 16 they won by 3, and then in 17 and 18, Ohio State won by 1 apiece in both games there. But with the 1% capacity, once again, having some technical issues getting the stream started up tonight on YouTube for some unknown reason, something new once again, but it is Halloween. But nonetheless, this will be the lowest attended Penn State home game since 1908 at Old Beaver Field, before New Beaver Field and then Beaver Stadium, of course, from 1960 onward. Halloween never met with Ohio State and Penn State. 3 of the last 4 meetings decided by a total of 5 points. And then whoever wins this game has won the Big Ten 4 years running. Not the Big Ten East, the Big Ten. So we'll have Big Ten Champions Week in about a month and a half now, December the 19th, less than 2 months away. As mentioned, coming up at halftime, we'll have stats and scores from around the conference and from around the rest of college football. Currently, Texas, Oklahoma State, along Mississippi State, Alabama on. The Hogs and the Aggies about to do battle as well down in College Station. So as mentioned, something's got to give, especially with it being Halloween tonight. Thank you once again for tuning in and watching. We got a full moon. You can throw the records out the window, even though Ohio State is a 10-point favorite, over under 64, if anyone's wondering. I have a feeling Penn State fans are feeling that the Lions are going to get blown out tonight. I think, honestly, they'll keep it close, but they might need a little extra time in order to win, say if we go to overtime like we did last week. And we've seen overtime in this rivalry before. Only about a 5-6 hour drive from Happy Valley to Columbus and vice versa. So we do have some Ohio State fans and some Penn State fans in attendance, as mentioned, with the cardboard cutouts, only in the south end zone, where Penn State runs out of the tunnel with that S zone right above the tunnel. They have that tarped up, of course, with the new S zone logo, as that tradition will continue. But it's only friends and family of coaches and players. And as mentioned, that's conference wide. All these conferences in college football, it's different. Some teams, some conferences are allowing fans, some aren't. It is what it is. It's 2020. At least we have football back. Big Ten return last weekend. Week 2 now of the season, however, week 9 overall for all college football, entering November. So it should be, honestly, a good game this evening. Penn State going to be without a few players on offense and defense, and we'll get more into those coming up shortly. But it's Saturday Night Football on ABC. Saturday Night Football from right here in Happy Valley over at Beaver Stadium. Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit on the call. College Game Day was in town this weekend as well. They set up shop actually in the stadium this time around. And they were, from the looks of it, in the south end zone, in the one corner, looking down in on the field. As honestly, for the end of October for Central Pennsylvania, the field looks fantastic. But of course, they haven't played any football games on it yet because the season was postponed until now. First home game for Penn State this year. The last time they opened up on the road in a true road game was 2015, and they lost to Temple. Came back a week later, beat Buffalo. Okay, I get Buffalo's other MAC. Ohio State's out of the Big Ten. It's conference only, no non-conference. But Penn State hasn't started 0-2 since 2012 when they lost to Ohio and Virginia in Bill O'Brien's first season. We see some highlights from college football earlier this afternoon. We'll get more into all those games, as mentioned, coming up a little bit later on at halftime with some first half stats and scores from this game and from around the rest of the country. So stay tuned. But take a look at Ohio State. Ryan Day now in his second full season as the Buckeye head football coach, taking over for Urban Meyer. Of course, he filled in for Urban for a few games early 2018 before the Buckeyes last came to Happy Valley late September of 2018, in which Ohio State won 27-26. That was the second year in a row the Ohio State Buckeyes defeated Penn State by 1 point. As mentioned, the three of the last four meetings, the past four meetings overall have been decided by 16 points. Ohio State won 28-17 last year, so 11-point margin of victory. But three of the last four meetings have been decided by a total of 5 points. 2016, that was when things started to turn around for the blue and white. October the 22nd, 2016, as both teams are about ready to take the field. I wonder if they'll have the normal pregame ceremonies with, I get no blue band on the field, but the normal video package and then the fireworks with all the music, of course, that they run when entering the field. But only time's going to tell. But in 2016, Penn State won 24-21, so a 3-point win there. And then in 27 and 28, both games were decided by one. Ohio State won both in 2017 and 2018. That was 39-38, and then 27-26. And in 2018, honestly, Penn State should have won that game. They blew it a little late. They were up 12 with 6.5 to play, and they let it slip away. Ben Victor that game had a monster game in the wide receiving room. And, like I was saying, talk about Ohio State with Ryan Day. You got Justin Fields, previous Penn State commit, decommitted, went to Georgia, and then left Georgia. Almost came to Penn State, but decided to go to Ohio State, taking over for their illustrious quarterbacks that they've had over the past few years. Justin Fields last year for Ohio State against Penn State in the next to last game of the season. It was late November. Here we are on Halloween. A year later, who would have thought Penn State would be playing their first home game on Halloween in 2020 and already be 0-1. I don't think anybody would have, but I don't think anybody, of course, thought we were going to have a pandemic in the year 2020 and not be able to do anything from March until present day and moving forward. But Justin Fields was 16-22 for 180 yards passing and 2 touchdowns last year for the Buckeyes against the Lions. He also had 21 carries for 68 yards and a score as well. And then last week, Justin Fields against Nebraska, he was 20-21, near perfect. Only had one incompletion, and it was a drop pass. So basically, he was perfect. That was on the receiver. He threw for 276 against the Cornhuskers, who Penn State will play in 2 weeks' time. They will host Maryland next Saturday at 3:30. However, tonight on Halloween night, Ohio State on the road taking on Penn State. We'll get more into the game coming up shortly as we have the opening video package now for Ohio State, Penn State with respective Buckeye, Nittany Lion pumpkins being carved for these two Big Ten East foes. Some highlights from the past few years: Marcus Allen, Grant Haley, the blocked field goal return for a touchdown. That was awesome. '18, KJ Hill had a damn good game too. They went from Braxton Miller to JT Barrett to Cardell Jones to Dwayne Haskins, and now Justin Fields. But right now, Saturday Night Football on ABC, prime time in the Big Ten. Ohio State on the road taking on the Penn State Nittany Lions. Both teams already on the field. We'll have kickoff. And very, very weird seeing no fans whatsoever in the stands over at Beaver Stadium for a Penn State home game, but they are showing recaps from the past few years with the whiteouts. The whiteout began in 2004 against Purdue and then continued on with that 2005 Ohio State game in which Penn State won 17-10. Cardboard cutouts in the south end zone. Once again, they're socially distanced. Saw a lot of Penn State fans there. Men, women, and animals. Penn State going to kick off from north to south. So from left to right across your television screen, radio and audio dial, Jordan Stout, the former Virginia Tech Hokie, on to kick off. Missed a potential game-winning 50-plus yard field goal in overtime last week against the Hoosiers out in Bloomington. Game went to overtime. IU beat Penn State. And we're underway from Happy Valley. We're going to have a touchback, and this is very, very weird. So weird, once again, not seeing any fans whatsoever, except for the friends and family of coaches and players. Normally it'd be rocking right now. 110,000 plus, all dressed in white. We'll get back to it eventually, but the third-ranked 1-0 Ohio State Buckeyes now 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. On the road, taking on the 0-1, 18th-ranked Penn State Lions as Penn State fell out of the top 10 with that overtime loss against Indiana last weekend. So right to left now for Ohio State across your television screen, radio and auto dial. Justin Fields going to begin under center, end around near side, and a big first down and 35-30. And Ohio State is going to set up shop inside the red zone. One play in. And for 62 yards to the 13-yard line. That's just, I don't know what to say. I don't. A simple end around near side and some missed tackles. Garrett Wilson goes 62 yards to the 13-yard line, and Ohio State has a 1st and 10 in Penn State territory. Handoff, Master Teague. He's going to bulldoze his way for a pickup of 9.5, it looks like. Should be 1st and goal. It'll be 2nd and short from the 3.5-yard line. And 2 plays in, 3rd time's a charm. Ohio State's about ready to go up 6. Not even a minute into the ballgame. And just some missed tackles, some poor tackling on that. Jaquan Brisker, one, could have had him about 5 or so yards past the first down marker. However, 3 plays for Ohio State on this opening drive. Master Teague from a few yards out, touchdown Buckeyes, touchdown Ohio State. And Ohio State leads 6-0. Just 1, 2, 3, boom, 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 touchdown Ohio State. And if this is going to be the way Penn State's defense is going to play all night, Ohio State able to drive just like nothing, it's going to be a long night. So Ohio State on for the extra point, and Ohio State with 13:43 to play in the opening quarter. After a 3-play drive, a big 62-yard run on the end around from Garrett Wilson, and then 2 rushes from Marcus Teague, the third, number 33. Ohio State leads Penn State 7-0. Just, I honestly don't know what to say. That's just pathetic. There's no need for that. But like Herbie just said, Ohio State here early on the road, sending a message, and the crowd not going to be a factor tonight by any means. So who knows? This could be a blowout. Hopefully we'll get closer than what everyone's thinking it's going to be a little bit later on, but we still got a lot of football to play. It's not like it's the end of the world. It's not like, that was the final play of the game and they scored on another game-winning touchdown or a conversion. But Ohio State, 7-0 already after a 3-play opening drive against Penn State. And the Buckeyes are now on to kick off. So we'll get to see Sean Clifford, the big red dog. Fair catch signaled forward by Penn State. Parker Washington, number 3 at the 5-yard line. So it'll be first down and 10. Penn State at the 25-yard line. No Journey Brown. We knew that going into last week. He's out for the season with a medical condition. And then Noah Kane, 3 plays into last week, went down with an injury, lower body injury, so I've heard. And he's also now done for the season. So it's Devin Ford's running back room with Kevon Lee and Keziah Holmes, 2 true freshmen back from the state of Florida. And Penn State from the 25-yard line left to right. Going to start out of the gun, back to Clifford's right. Penn State trails by 7. Fake the give to Devin Ford. Over the middle, it's complete to Fryermuth, 87. Baby Gronk, Pat Fryermuth for 9 yards. It'll be 2nd and 1 for the Nitwits. So from the 34, Clifford going to hand off. Devin Ford. Built Ford tough. He gets 3 yards. First down, Penn State. Just some poor tackling on defense on that opening drive. A few missed tackles, too. Jesse Luketa out for the first half today due to a targeting in the second half last week. Some injuries as well, like I said, on both sides, too. So, not a good look for Penn State's defense early on, but so they do here on offense. We got a late whistle after the snap. And now we're going to have a timeout. And that was called by Ohio State. So timeout, Ohio State. We'll head to a commercial break. They'll fade to black. Ohio State here, not even 5 minutes in after a 3-play opening drive. They lead Penn State on the road, 7-0 if you're just not tuning in. Penn State has the ball. They've ran 2 plays. First down to come, and then Ohio State just took a timeout. In the meantime, we're going to get down to Arkansas. Actually, we're going to go a little south, down to College Station in Central Texas. Not playing in Dallas this year due to COVID, but the Hogs of Arkansas, the Razorbacks, are taking on the Texas A&M Aggies in an SEC West showdown tonight. Looks like Arkansas just scored. They're taking a look at the previous play. They say touchdown on the field. Here comes the call. But the big one right here in Happy Valley over at Beaver Stadium. The 18th ranked Penn State Lions taking on the 3rd ranked Ohio State Buckeyes. And whoever wins this game will more so than not win the Big Ten East and also win the Big Ten, as in previous years, 4 straight years now. The winner of this game, as mentioned, has in fact won the Big Ten. So yeah, I was having some technical issues at the beginning of this stream. Something new. Once again, I was being told I wasn't having any audio or video playing, even though the stream was up and running. So I don't know what was up with that. So we tuned in early, about 10 after 7. I ended that stream, completely deleted it, restarted it. That's what you see now. So this is a new, fresh stream. So we tonight's Halloween. It's a full moon. Who knows? Maybe WWE Retribution's still messing with me. It is what it is. If anybody is in fact experiencing some technical difficulties, please let me know in the comments below. Sorry for any technical difficulties by any means with the buffering, disconnect, and reconnect. But in the meantime, we're back. Penn State, first down and 10. Clifford gonna keep it on the draw, and he's gonna get about, I'd say, 4 or so yards on that run up the gut. It'll be second down for Penn State and number 0 Cooper for Ohio State on the stop. Trips top of your screen for Penn State. Left to right, ball at the 42-yard line. Clifford once again out of the gun, gonna hand off Devin Ford. He's gonna get about 3 yards. And it'll be third down and about 3. They go over the running back room for Penn State. Yeah, Journey Brown, Noah Kane done for the year. And then it's, Devin Ford's running back room, like I just said, with Lee and Holmes to back him up. And they both played last week. They all played last week. Kane only played 3 plays before he went down with an injury. Thought it was a concussion because it took his helmet from him, but from what I heard, it was a lower body injury. But now from the 45, Clifford going deep down the far sideline, and it's going to be incomplete. A little too far for number 5, Jahan Dawson, the former UCLA commit, before he decommitted and then came to Happy Valley as well. So 3 and out for Penn State, and the Lions are going to have to punt. Ohio State, hopefully they can pin them deep. And why the hell are you going for your own 45-yard line? 3 wide out of the gun. It's 4th down and 2. Do not hand it off. Clifford looking to throw. Ohio State brings pressure. Clifford rolling out near side as Penn State goes for it on 4th down. He gets rid of it, and it's going to be incomplete. Who the hell were you throwing to? There's no one there. It's incomplete. And if this keeps up, even though Franklin's buyout is close to $40 million before he just signed an extension recently, his seat might be getting a little hotter with just how they're playing right now. Like, there's no need for it. I get coaches coach and players play, but still, there's no need for this. And, of course, buyout. If he would leave to go to the NFL, the NFL would be buying him out. Penn State won't owe him a dime. He's in his 7th year. They're coming off another 10-plus win season and Cotton Bowl victory. I get it's 2020. Everything's all screwed up. But you should have won last week. Defense early on. 1 play in, first play of the ball game, they go 60-plus yards for a 1st down. Yeah, and he's only beaten Ohio State once, and that was back in 2016. And it was because of a blocked field goal return for a touchdown. That's the only reason why they won that game. But it changed Penn State. It changed the program back to what we know it as. We got a penalty. It's going to be a false start on Ohio State. So that'll back them up 5 yards. I'll replay the down. But you should have won last week. And then on defense here tonight, you have just poor tackling. You give them a touchdown. And then on your opening drive, you go for it on 4th and 2 from your own 45-yard line. And then Clifford, I don't know who he was throwing to. And it fell incomplete. So Ohio State has the ball back. It'll be 2nd and 10. Four wide, Fields looking to throw. It's going to be caught by number 2, Chris Olave. Fumble. He was down, though. Ground can't cause a fumble. He ended up recovering anyway, so Ohio State would keep possession in the end. Yeah, he's down. He's their best receiver, number 2, Chris Olave. Last year, against Penn State, he had 2 catches for 44 yards and a touchdown. However, last week against Nebraska, he had 6 catches for 100-plus. They have 2 backs, and Marcus Teague and Trey Sermon, number 8, who's now in the ball game, transferred over from Oklahoma. Didn't play, of course, against Penn State last year because he was in his first year in Columbus. He gets to give up the middle, 1st down run for Trey Sermon, number 4, former OU Sooner, now Ohio State Buckeye. 1st down, Ohio State. Under 10 to play now here in the 1st quarter. He's a damn good back. I mean, in the Big 12, he lit up, even though they don't play defense in the Big 12. All the other respective defenses in that conference from start to finish throughout the season. Fields once again looking to throw near side, complete, and Garrett Wilson, who had that 62-yard end around, complete to him near side. And it'll be second down and about 3, I'd say, or so for Ohio State as they're marching downfield in Penn State territory. Hell, they already started in Penn State territory, for God's sake, because the Nate Lions went for it on 4th down. Like, I don't get that. Why? So they have the ball at the 26-yard line. Fields looking to throw. He's going to pump fake, go deep down the far sideline, has a man, and it's going to be caught. Touchdown, Chris Olave. Touchdown, Ohio State. Joey Porter Jr., you got to turn the hell around to cover him. And now Ohio State 13-0 on the road against the Penn State Nittany Lions. This is going to be a long game. A very, very long game. That's a touchdown. He got 1 foot in. He got his left foot in. Nice back shoulder throw by Justin Fields, too. Yeah, that's a touchdown. So, extra point coming. Ohio State about ready to go up 14-0 with 8:39 to play in the opening quarter. Shakatoni, 18 on the D-line, going down with an injury. So we'll have to see what's up with him. Injury bug. But that's not an excuse. Last week they had, I don't know how many goddamn penalties. They turned the ball over 10 million times. And they expected to win, even though they were up. And in the meantime, extra point up and good. So 14-0 Ohio State with 8.5 to play in the first quarter. Penn State about to get the ball back once we return. But just not a good start for Penn State by any means tonight, but a very, very great start in the meantime on the flip side of things for Ohio State on the road. And rightfully so. I mean, we knew this was going to happen more so than not coming in, so it is what it is. But, yeah, normally you want to score a touchdown late last week. That situation, no, not really. Shot themselves in the foot too many times. You know, it came back to that regardless. You know, whether or not they meant to score or not, or Indiana allowed them to score. I mean, that was then, this is now. They're playing 10 times worse in the first 7.5 minutes tonight than what they did all first half last week. And once again this year, it seems like, as a couple years ago, they're going to be a second half team. Just by the first game and a half, not even full game and a half, for God's sakes. They're going to be a second half team. And they're going to dig themselves to China and back before, oh, hey, we got to get out of this hole and try to get back into this game. Like, give me a break. Like, how the hell does this happen? Like, why? There's no reason for it. None. It's pathetic. Like, honestly, they're not bad, but they're just not playing good. They're not what we know them or have known them to be over the past 2 years. But once again, that was then, and this is now. It's 2020. It's a brand new season with new players, of course, even with, you know, some returnees. Micah Parsons opted out. Good for him. Injuries at running back. Jordan Brown, Monday before week 1, out for the season with a medical condition. Noah Kane goes down last week, so they have 3 other running backs, though, with Devin Ford, Keziah Holmes, and Kevon Lee, 2 freshman backs, and the other a true sophomore. So young, however, they are experienced, so they have good depth, so it'll work out over time. But it's like, come on, man, like, what the hell? And it's not like they can't block; they just can't run the football. Normally, it's the other way around. You can't block, but maybe you can run the football, but because you can't block, you still can't run the football, if that makes any sense. But sort of, they did block better, blocked pretty well, I thought, last week, but they couldn't run the ball. Clifford had to do it all himself. He had almost 400 total yards, for God's sakes. So, something's got to give. I mean, like, come on, this is pathetic. Flashback to 2005, Ohio State, Penn State, mid-October, Tomba Hawley on Troy Smith, who won the Heisman Trophy a year later. Penn State, of course, won the Big Ten that year, went to the Orange Bowl, beat Florida State in triple overtime. As in 03 and 04, the Nittany Lions were down in the dumps, but then 2005 they started to come back, and they've had winning seasons every year since, which only a few teams across the country can say so that they have done that. Missed a lot, yeah. 2 touchdowns by Ohio State, but not a lot for Penn State. Had it once, and you go for it on 4th and 2 from your own 45-yard line, and you throw an incomplete pass, and they capitalize. Scored another 7. So they're just digging themselves a bigger hole. That's all they're doing right now. Okay, we've got an update with Mississippi State and Alabama. 10-0. We're going to make that 20-0 Crimson Tide over the Bulldogs. And ever since Mississippi State beat LSU Week 1, they have not been good whatsoever. That was about a month ago when the SEC kicked off on the 1st and 10 from 25-yard line, left to right, trips near side, fake the give. Clifford gonna tuck it and run. He's gonna be stuffed to the line of scrimmage. No pickup on the game. 2nd down and 10. Somebody has to step up on offense. I don't care who it is. I don't care if you're running back, wide receiver, tight end, or if they brought in extra linemen in goal line situations and throw to them, for God's sakes, as long as you get in the end zone and score. Somebody has to step up on offense. And they have to make plays on defense. They have to make stops. They're already down 14-0. It's pathetic. 2nd and 10 from the 25. Clifford stepping up, and he's going to be brought down on a sack. It'll be 3rd and 12, and I mean, this game, yeah, all Franklin can do is stand there, shake his head, arms crossed. Now they can't block. They're being pressured with only 3 or 4 D linemen. Shout out to former Penn State assistant Larry Johnson Sr., who's been with Ohio State ever since James Franklin came to Penn State. He left after O'Brien went to the NFL. So from 2014 on, 7 years running now. You want to go for it now on 4th and 12, like you did the last time, and give them another free 7 points? Okay, well, the drive's going to continue because we got a flag on the play, and it's going to be a 15-yard automatic 1st down as we have a roughing the passer on Ohio State. Pass was incomplete from Clifford to Freiermuth. And honestly, and I'm a Penn State fan, that's not roughing the passer. I don't, like, that's a clean hit. I don't know why they threw the flag on that, other than, hey, you're down 14-0, we feel bad for you, screw you, good luck coming back. Clifford out of the gun, gonna fake the give, keep it again, and he's gonna be brought down another sack for 5 or so yards, I'd say. It'll be 2nd and a mile. Jesus Christ. Like, what the hell is up with this play calling tonight? Over the middle on the slant to John Dotson. And it all started tonight with myself, with YouTube, with all the technical issues that I was having that are still continuing, so sorry for any technical difficulties. But then the first play of the ball game, an end around for 60 yards, and then 2 plays later they scored. So this is just, I honestly don't know what to say. I don't. Ball 21-yard line, 2nd down. Clifford up the gut, and he's going to pick up another 1st down to the 11-yard line. So 10 yards on the run for him, and we'll see what happens here. .4:35 to play in the first quarter. Ball at the 11-yard line. Penn State finally knocking on the damn door. Just like all the trick-or-treaters tonight. Wanting candy. Well, Penn State and I think all Nittany Nation want a touchdown right now. Clifford gonna keep it once again, 2 yards for him. It'll be second down. Just frustrating. That's all it is. Like, there's no need on their uniforms this season. Those are also tarped down throughout the stadium as they're driving towards the south end zone where the student section normally is, all 21,000 now of cardboard cutouts. Clifford looking to throw, he pump fakes. Far side, incomplete, intended for Friarmuth. And it'll bring up third down. So once again, out of the trips from the 10, it's third down. They need the 1. You have 8 tries to get it in. Franklin's going to call timeout probably. Play clock winding down. They don't give it off, but then he do have a whistle. So they're going to say delay a game. They'll back them up 5 yards. But where was the delay of game back in 2014 on an Ohio State field goal that if they didn't have, they wouldn't have won the game in double overtime? We wouldn't even went to double overtime. You let the play clock expire for like 20 seconds before they kicked it, and you didn't call no penalty. And there was also an incompletion that they called to catch that game. And Penn State's only won against Ohio State a few times since the late 1990s. They've been in most of the ball games, 1, 2, few points here or there, but Clifford, he's gonna on third down keep it and run out of bounds far side. No pickup on the gain, and Nittany Lions are gonna have to settle for a field goal after all that. Just, oh my God. So here comes Jake Pinniger. Jordan Stout on the hold. He missed 2 field goals last week. We'll see if he misses another one tonight. This from 30 plus, Jake Pinniger. They get Penn State's first home points in 2020 tonight. And it's going to be up, and it sneaks right in. Up and good, but 3 points now on the board for the Nittany Lions. Penn State trails Ohio State by 11. It's 14-3 Buckeyes on top of the Nittany Lions as we near the end of the first quarter.
He has a natural hook to his kicks. This one almost hooked outside the upright. 14-3.
Thank you once again for tuning in and watching my live reactions play-by-play. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. As always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button. Share as well. Chat questions and comments. Always great. Appreciate it. So another commercial break. Penn State with a field goal. They trail by 11. It's 14-3 Ohio State. We got a tie ball game with Arkansas and A&M. They're also nearing the end of the first quarter. We got a targeting call on the field. We have had this season, once again, way too many injuries, way too many missed kicks, and now way too many missed calls or bad calls from the officials, as targeting has been one of those. So Arkansas and Texas A&M tied at 7 in the SEC West. Alabama roll tide over Mississippi State, still 20-0. They're already midway through the second quarter, but they did begin at 7 p.m. Eastern time down at Bryant-Denny in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So, yeah, tonight I get it's Halloween from the start, not for myself, for Penn State, hell, for Mississippi State, for Clemson early today, too, before they came back and beat Boston College. Slow starts, but a good day of college football, so that's really all that matters. But slow, unexpected starts with some issues in all aspects. So, yeah, with the stream, began at around 10 after 7. Always give myself some time to get everything set up and then preview what I have to preview before the game kicks off, before it begins. And we still did that for the most part, but we'll go back through everything once again, one final time here, coming up shortly. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, I was experiencing. If YouTube, you're listening. First time ever I've had this happen now too. Live on YouTube with a live stream of live reactions, public play. Be sure to subscribe. No audio, no video was playing, so they said. However, it was rolling. So I don't know what was up with that. It's one thing or another. It's always something new. Sorry for any technical difficulties by any means. Once again, with the buffering, disconnect, and reconnect. But here we are. We continue on. The show goes on. The games will, in fact, be played one way or another. But you still continue to look at Ohio State. No wonder, they're the third-ranked team in the country. No wonder, they're probably going to win the Big Ten and make the college football playoff once again. They're damn good. Everybody knows that. They'll stumble probably at some point. Everybody does. It's just a matter of when. And that's why, those are called upsets. And with today, for the most part, early on, turning into upset Saturday. Clemson, before they came back and won. Michigan State beat Michigan on the road as little brother beat big brother. It seems like it's just one of those Saturdays in college football, but it's Halloween. First full moon on Halloween since 1944. Something's got to give. Even if there is a whiteout or not, I'm still dressed in white one way or another. Hopefully you are too, watching at home. But, yeah, first play of the ball game here. Garrett Wilson, 62 yards on the end around, and then Marcus Teague, 2 runs up the gut, touchdown for him. Ohio State very quick, very fast, getting 2010 Oregon vibes with how high-powered and fast-paced the NASCAR type of offense that Ohio State has. But they're still balanced. They're still running the ball. They're still passing the ball evenly, and you have to be balanced. Fields, once again, looking for a far sideline. It's going to be caught. Chris Olave, who has a touchdown reception tonight. That goes for about 8-9 yards, depending on the spot. It'll be second and short for Ohio State as they lead 14-3 here. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to play in the first quarter. Ball at the 33, tight end in motion. Fields under center, going to hand off Marcus Teague. He's going to pick up a first down run before being forced out of bounds. First down, Buckeyes. Some highlights from Ohio State, Nebraska last week. Nebraska off this week, even with the 8-game Big Ten conference-only schedule in an 8-week span. Wisconsin with COVID positives. That game was canceled, will be not made up, and it'll go down as a no contest. So, Wisconsin, Nebraska canceled, not going to be played, not being made up by any means. It's no contest, and they will not meet this season. From the 40, first down, Ohio State. Marcus Teague, once again, up the middle, 13.5 yards for him. First down, Ohio State. He's the go-to back. Trey Sermon's also there to back him up. Just came over from Oklahoma, of course. Not the typical transition that any transfer player would like to have here in 2020 with the coronavirus, but it is what it is, and life goes on. And we'll continue to play. 1:15 to play here in the first down and 10 once again for Ohio State from the 46-yard line. Out of the gun is Justin Fields. He's going to fake the give, pass complete, far side. That's to That was complete to number 11, Smith. He's going to line up top of your screen now at the 40. It'll be 2nd down and 4. Play clock winding down. They're going to get it off. So no delay game like Penn State. And Marcus Teague once again for 3 yards. 3rd and 1 for Ohio State. And that should do it for the first quarter. That should do it for the first. At the end of one, Ohio State on the road. They lead Penn State 14-3 in this Big Ten East battle. Penn State still playing the same music, it sounds like. There are fans, friends and family once again of players and coaches. Cardboard cutouts in the south end zone. But at the end of one, Ohio State 14, Penn State 3. Come on, boys. Come on. Justin Fields with a few good throws, has a touchdown pass. Chris Olave, who's their number 1. Garrett Wilson as well had that end around. He's more of an H-back. He had 7 catches for $129 and a touchdown last week as well against Nebraska. So they're balanced, like I said. They get it around and they get everyone involved. And you have to win in order to win, because if not, the defense is going to shut you down because they know exactly what you're going to do. Trey Sermon last week had 11 carries for 48 yards against the Cornhuskers. Didn't play against Penn State last year. They said transferred from Oklahoma over the winter. And then also on offense for Ohio State, keeping out for number 6, Jamison Williams, and then true freshman wide receiver number 4, Julian Fleming, who was at one point, once again, another Penn State commit before he decommitted and went to Ohio State. But, you know, like I said, this game is going to be up front in the trenches. Whoever's going to have, you know, the most explosive plays, Ohio State leading that category right now. But then special teams. It always seems like it's going to come down to, you know, something unexpected. I mean, how a blocked field goal return for a touchdown a few years back. We had a few touchdowns the past few years that didn't look like they were touchdowns, but after review of the previous play on the field, you know, they were overturned, or of course they stood as called, and, you know, touchdown or not, Ohio State's won 3 in a row. Penn State hasn't beat Ohio State since 2016. 3 of the last 4 meetings decided by 5 points. Threw the Halloween records in there for the hell of it, because it is Halloween. 12-3 for Ohio State on Halloween, 10-8 for Penn State on Halloween, and this is all time, dating back to early 1890s. However, they've never met on Halloween before, so, you know, like I said, it's Halloween. Something's got to give. It's a full moon, for God's sakes. Like, come on. Whiteout or not, you know, Ohio State's good. Penn State's good, but not as good. Especially right now, I think everybody can tell. Everybody can see that. But, and then with the whiteout record, 8-8 overall. Yeah, they've beaten Ohio State in the whiteout a few times, but they also lost to, you know, a few times in the whiteout as well. The first Penn State Ohio State game, myself personally, that I haven't been out, I think ever. And I think that would go for a lot of people. Of course, Ohio State every 2 years, and as of late, the even years, and then Michigan at home every 2 years on the odd years. So they, of course, flip-flop. Penn State will still get Michigan State to close out the year at home. Got Maryland now next week. We'll see how that game turns out. Tulia Tagovailoa, Tua's little brother, is at Maryland, and he lit up the Golden Gophers last night. As the Terps are swimming in the land of 10,000 lakes with a win over the Golden Gophers, and the Terps are going to come to Happy Valley next Saturday at 3:30. I'll have live reactions by then, so be sure to tune back in. But that's basically it for everything that I wanted to discuss before and then even during, you know, the game tonight. but with some issues. Here we are, beginning of the second quarter now. Fields under center, going to roll out near side, and it's going to be caught by number 5, Garrett Wilson. Brandon Smith on the hit. This will be a 15 yards automatic first down on the late hit as he goes into the tent on the Ohio State sideline, the medical tent. Not because he's injured, because he got shoved into it. And this will be an automatic first down for Ohio State after a first down pass. After the play, personal foul. Half the distance. Yeah. Number 12, Brandon Smith, who's stepping up at linebacker this year from Virginia. That's a good call. I'm not going to argue with that. Fields, handoff near side. And to the 5-yard line goes number 8, Trey Sermon. But like I said, with Jesse Luketa out for the first half tonight due to a targeting last week against Indiana, Lance Dixon stepping up, filling his spot. You also have Ellis Brooks and Brandon Smith as well, who just had that penalty called against him. But Ohio State knocking on the door at the 5-yard line, second and goal, looking to go up 18. And as we just begun the second quarter, and yeah, you go back to the stats last week, Penn State controlled the clock. They had almost 300 more total yards. The penalties and the turnovers killed them. That's why they lost. Plain and simple. No other reason for it. They honestly didn't deserve to win that game, even though they were, in it and still should have won. If that makes sense. Empty set out of the gun. Third and goal from the 3. Trey Sermon going to come back in out of the backfield. Be the right of Justin Fields. Play clock winding down. Fields, back corner, and it's going to be caught and then dropped by number 5, Garrett Wilson. Incomplete, and Ohio State's going to have to settle for field goal to make it a 14 2-possession, 2-touchdown lead. So Penn State, all they're going to need, unless Ohio State goes for it and they score a touchdown to go up 21-3, 2 touchdowns to tie it up at 17. Get the game to the fourth quarter. That's all you need to do right now. Just get it to the fourth quarter. That's all I'm asking. Because if you get it to the fourth quarter, you're going to have a shot to win. Fourth down. Ohio State for a field goal. Watch the fake. Kick's going to be up and no good. He missed it. Kick no good. Wide right. All right, so now maybe Penn State can capitalize, build off of this Ohio State mistake, get some rhythm, momentum build up. Durbin, wide right, no good. Chip shot, missed it. You can't get any closer than that. That's an extra point. That's a 20-yard field goal, and he missed it wide right. Just hooked it. Wide right, no good. Ohio State still leads 14-3. However, Penn State's going to get the ball first and 10 at the 3-yard line with the end zone to their back. So Ohio State, if I'm Ohio State on defense, I bring pressure. You've been able to bring pressure so far tonight. You've had a few tackle for losses and sacks in the backfield on Sean Clifford and the running backs. Well, just Devin Ford to this point. I haven't seen Kevon Leonard because I have Holmes yet, but still, it still could get ugly, but we'll see if Penn State now can capitalize off of a missed Ohio State field goal and potentially cut it to 4 mid-second quarter, and then maybe even score again for both of these teams for that matter before halftime, whether that's going to be extending the lead or taking the lead into halftime, and then a whole new ball game potentially in the second half. But just get it to the fourth quarter. Just get it to the fourth quarter. That's all I'm asking right now. So let's see what happens, how it shakes out. A&M leading Arkansas. Alabama leading Mississippi State as well, 27-0. This game is going to be going to halftime. So because of the blowout in Tuscaloosa, we're going to put another game on. And I do believe UVA on ace action. So we got some Big Ten football. We got some SEC football. Now we got some ACC football. Pac-12 will return next week. College game day going to be from South Bend, more so, not more likely, but not with Notre Dame hosting Clemson. Trevor Lawrence will not play due to COVID. Did not play today. Will not play next week. Clemson, they almost got upset by Boston College at home. However, came back and won earlier this afternoon. They'll go on the road, take on the Fighting Irish, who beat Georgia Tech earlier today. And then next Saturday night on ABC, Saturday Night Football, they advertise it'll be Stanford and Oregon as the Pac-12 gets underway. So Penn State going to host Maryland, as Ohio State will host Rutgers next week. Ohio State, another night game next weekend at home against Rutgers from the Shoe, and then Penn State will be at home at 3:30 next Saturday, November the 7th, against the Maryland Terrapins. From the 20, first down and 10, Penn State. Clifford going to hand off to Devin Ford. He's going to be stuck at the line of scrimmage, no gain. Second down. Or, okay, because he missed the field goal, Penn State and Clifford almost threw an interception on the screen near side, incomplete, intended for Devin Ford. Because of the missed field goal, Penn State began this drive now at the 20-yard line, rather than 3. Normally you miss a field goal, your opponent, once they get the ball, they begin their next drive where you miss that field goal at. But, of course, ball at the 20-yard line now, third down and 10 for Penn State. Trips top of your screen. They switched ends because we're in the second quarter now. Penn State going right to left, Ohio State vice versa from left to right. Clifford, he's going to step up and run, and nothing for him. Another tackle right at the line of scrimmage, fourth down, and here comes the punt unit once again. They might break a record tonight for most times punt in a game. This keeps up. Just ridiculous. But credit to Ohio State's defense. Credit to Ohio State's defense from top to bottom. Pressure, pressure, pressure. And they're cooking on defense. They're cooking on offense. They lead by 11. Penn State can't capitalize off a missed field goal by any means, for God's sake. So who knows what's going to happen. Fair catch, 7-4. It'll be first down Ohio State when we return. 12 minutes on the dot exactly to play in the first half. Ohio State with a 11-point, 14-3 lead on the road against Penn State.
The day the world stopped was the day we found where to go. From now on, we're not going to leave anything on our plate, because we've learned to savor the moments that were always there, and they never tasted this good.
Tomorrow holds the course of your financial future, which is why it's good to know exactly how you'll get there. For more than 150 years, generations have trusted the strength and stability of Pacific Life to protect their tomorrows. Because protecting those you care about with life insurance and retirement solutions is a winning game plan. Ask a financial professional about Pacific Life.
Wow, I wish I could get a deal on a smartphone, but I'm not a new customer.
Well, actually now new and existing customers can get our best smartphone deal. It's historic.
That is historic, which means I'm making history, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd exactly...
Me, Dave Brown, existing customer who got the greatest deal in history.
Just like every other customer gets.
Oh, that's cool too.
It's not complicated. AT&T is making history. Everyone gets our best smartphone deals.
Exploration. It's in our DNA.
with Penn State on offense not being able to get anything going, one good drive. And the reason why that continued was because of a roughing the passer that was iffy. But I'll take it, of course. Drive continued. They ended in points with a field goal. Should have been a touchdown, but I'll still take the 3, especially when you're down 14 and then you can't even capitalize that off of a missed field goal. You go 3 and out with no yards on that last drive and you punt. Ohio State's getting the ball back, but they gotta just start over. Honestly. And when I say starting over, I mean tonight. Okay? Another flashback to some more whiteouts with Penn State, Ohio State. It's normally either Penn State, Ohio State, or Penn State, Michigan. Alabama's come to town almost a decade ago now for the whiteout. Notre Dame. Purdue was the first ever whiteout in 2004. That was a student-only whiteout before it, of course, turned into stadium-wide. But yeah, for the most part, it's always been Penn State, Ohio State for the whiteout. Iowa's come in for a whiteout before too. I mean, you could throw Nebraska in there, honestly, too, but technically that has never been the case. From the 31, Fields looking far side, complete for a yard. It'll be 2nd and 9. Same thing with Wisconsin. And even Michigan State, but yeah, for the most part, it's Penn State, Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan for the whiteouts, especially since 2012. I think it's every other year. It's Ohio State, Penn State, Ohio State, Penn State, or Ohio State, Michigan for the Penn State whiteout. Fields looking to throw. Okay, Justin Fields going to be brought down in the sack back at the 22-yard line. That's Antonio Shelton, the Columbus native. And he's going to bring down Justin Fields for the sack for the first time tonight. Right up the middle. Good job by him to get past the guard. And he brought down Justin Fields. It'll be 3rd and long. Empty set, 5 wide from the 24. Got a whistle, maybe another timeout. And Penn State does, in fact, call their first timeout. 10:49 to play in the first half. Very weird not seeing any fans whatsoever there. I get, okay, there's about 1,000. You know, like I said, it's 1% capacity compared to the 110,000 that are normally they're all dressed in blue and white. Because it's only friends and family, coaches, and players. But, talk about the offense. They got to be able to run the football. They got to start over. And you have to run the football. Open up play action. Play good defense in order to win. Special teams is going to be key tonight too, like I said. And it's whoever's going to have the most explosive plays. But just get to the 4th quarter. I get it's still only midway through the 2nd quarter, but just get to the 4th quarter. If you can get to the 4th quarter down not by much, you're going to have a shot. I mean, coming in, you have a 50-50 shot, you know, to win. That's for anybody, for any game. But you take a look at the receivers. I don't believe Cam Sullivan-Brown playing once again tonight. That was non-COVID related, the reason why he did not play last week. To me, by the sounds of it, from what I heard, because we didn't get a clear-cut answer on that from head coach James Franklin, but it seems like he got banged up in practice leading up to the Indiana game, and then next man up, didn't play. Doesn't look like he's playing tonight, but they haven't been able to throw the ball. They haven't gone deep. They haven't hardly thrown to Freiermuth by any means. Knock on wood, they haven't really turned it over or caused any penalties by any means. I mean, okay, they had the Lead had out of bounds, but then they missed the field goal. So that equaled out. They couldn't capitalize though off that missed field goal by Ohio State. They got their 3 points from, of course, a roughing the passer with a drive continuing then that honestly wasn't roughing the passer, but I'll take it, like I said, should have been a touchdown, but I'll still take 3 points. But whether it's going to be Devin Ford, whether it's going to be Kevon Lee, whether it's going to be Keziah Holmes, I don't care who it is. One of the three of, if not two or all three of them, for that matter too, just run the damn ball. You know, somebody's got to step up at wide receiver though. Jahan Dawson cannot do it all. You have a true freshman in Parker Washington. You have a true freshman in Keandre Lambert-Smith, who haven't targeted yet tonight either. Daniel George, TJ Jones, Jaden Doughton. Now we're getting into the back part of the receiving room that they really didn't play last week. But Clifford on offense can't do it all with throwing and running. But hell, they can't even block tonight. They cannot block on offense. They can't protect Clifford. They can't run the ball. And, you know, what do you expect? If you can't do that, you're not going to be able to air it out downfield and get to your playmakers in space and make explosive plays. So hopefully the defense will keep them in this game until they decide to start playing on offense and, you know, potentially get back into it. But we'll see what happens. Fields, pump fakes near side, going to roll out. Tuck it and run. He's going to run on bounds at the 30-yard line. He picks about 5 yards. And it'll be second down for Ohio State. Brandon Smith once again on the stop. Just Lucada on the sideline. He's getting pumped up. He knows he's going to be coming back in here in the second half in about 10.5 minutes. So Ohio State on to punt. So weird not seeing fans there. So weird. No white pom-poms being shaken. No records being broken. A bad snap, but they get it off on the punt. And it's not as loud as it normally is. Normally, you can't even hear yourself think. But 2020, so at least we're still playing. Yeah, like I said, credit to Ohio State's defense. Their front four, the D-line, coached by Larry Johnson Sr., former Penn State assistant. And, I mean, we know how good Penn State's D-line were for years and years when he was here. And he went to Ohio State. And, you know, he's had the Bosa boys, Chase Young, and a few others. But Penn State can't block them up front, so no wonder they can't run the ball. No wonder, you know, Clifford's being sacked or brought down the line of scrimmage or, you know, he can't air it out. So you got to make plays. Fake the give to Kevon Lee. And I don't get why they're running this goddamn play every single play. There's nothing else in the playbook. It's quarterback draw, quarterback draw, quarterback draw up the gut every play. There's nothing else you can run.
He was shot in the face, in one cheek, out the other. Had a series of surgeries, lost 5 teeth. Still really has to eat soft fruit, protein shakes.
4 wide, ball at the 33. Under 10 to play here in the first half. And the few Penn State fans in attendance trying to get the We Are crowd, or the We Are chant, started up with the crowd. But for the most part, it doesn't seem like it to be happening. Doubt we'll have a wave or Sweet Caroline by any means. But once again, our quarterback draw right up the middle. You do not have anything else to run, Kirk Soraka? Like, what the hell? I think anybody right now could be calling a better offense than you. You have how many playmakers on offense, and you can't move it more than 5 yards? Clifford looking to throw, and it's going to be incomplete intended for Pat Fryer. And another punt to come from the Penn State offense. Jesus Christ. What the hell is wrong with you? Like, seriously.
Ohio State feels that Proctor, who's a highly touted recruit a couple years ago, really physical, really good ball skills, and that time in pretty good phase there with Proctor on third down.
Yeah, what it
It hasn't been a happy valley the past week after last Saturday, and it's getting even more unhappier if they're going to continue to play like this all season long. Hell, they might lose to Maryland next week if they play like this, and compared to how Maryland played last night, for God's sakes. Like, come on. Start out 0-4 then at Nebraska, Iowa, at Michigan. Hell, they might not even win until December. And Rutgers and Michigan State aren't looking bad. So, that's winless at 0-8. Yet they'll still go to a bowl game because everybody's eligible. Even though I don't think you can go to a bowl game if you're winless. Well, then Franklin, gone. If that would in fact happen. And believe me, I have a short list of candidates that I've always kept back pocket. That if the time, is right, if it ever rolls around, don't be surprised to see catch an emergency breaking news live stream live right here on YouTube for potential candidates to take over at Penn State. And like I said, if that ever does in fact happen, just be sure to subscribe so you'll be able to tune in. And I'll have that whenever it rolls around. Whether that's going to be this year, next year, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years from now, who knows. But, this is just pathetic. It's just so frustrating. You cannot move the ball more than 5 yards on each drive. Other than that one drive that you got the field goal off. And that should have been stalled too. There shouldn't have been a roughing the passer. But, once again, I'll take it. Okay? 3 points is 3 points. They cut the lead to 11 rather than 14. Because defense is standing and holding down the fort right now. So as long as they can keep winning the ball game until the offense decides to play, or start calling something else other than a quarterback draw every single play up the middle, no wonder they're getting stopped, because Ohio State knows exactly what they're going to run. But you got to give credit to their linebackers and secondary too, because nobody's open. Clifford can't throw it because they're being covered. Ohio State over the past 7-8 years, defensive line has scaled up to 100. Their DBU basically now anymore. They've had I don't know how many defensive backs from their secondaries over the past few years drafted in the first round of the NFL draft year in and year out. Just Ohio State Buckeyes overall, offense, defense, health, special teams for that matter too, probably be even eligible to get drafted if teams want to take a kicker in the first round, like a few teams have done in the past. But their defense, defense is going to win championships, even if offense are still putting up points, because you still got to stop the other team. And your offense has to be good though too, because you got to be able to go back and forth with them and score more points than them, and hopefully your defense makes another stop or two, and then you end up winning the ball game. Because they've only lost a few games over the past few years, and they've all been close. It's not like they've been blown out by any means. Really the only blowout loss they had was at Purdue a couple years back. But all the other games, final play of the game, or one of the final plays of the game, Ohio State has lost on. But I'll say it now, if Ohio State wins tonight, I'll be rooting for them the rest of the season for the Big Ten to make the college football playoff. Because if Penn State loses, they'll start out 0-2 for the first time since 2012. Big Ten hopes, college football playoff hopes, done for. Hell, they're done for now as it is, but if they win tonight, Ohio State loses at some point down the road, Penn State wins out, okay, that's a different story. We go over that all the time year in and year out too, but Ohio State wins tonight, they're on the table. They'll beat Michigan in the game the way the Wolverines played today against Michigan State. Everybody's going to play everybody, Penn State, Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, Penn State, Michigan State. Everybody's going to play everybody. If you're in the Big Ten East, you're playing everybody, and then you got your 2 crossover games from the West. Penn State's are at Nebraska 2 weeks, and then Iowa here in 3 weeks. They host Maryland, at Nebraska, Iowa, and then at Michigan for the month of November before they go to Piscataway, take on Rutgers, and then Michigan State rolls in down the regular season conference only 2020 schedule. Trey Sermon on the run, far side. He's going to be shoved out of bounds. He's going to be about 2.5, maybe 3 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards shy of the 30-yard line. He's going to be about First down will be third down for Ohio State. But this is still a long game. We still got a lot of football left to be played, so anything, of course, could happen. I mean, hell, that blocked field goal return for a touchdown in 2016 didn't happen until 4 minutes to play in the ballgame in the fourth quarter. So, Fields near side, that's pass interference. Yeah, that's a good call. Lamont Wade on the coverage. He's going to get a PI call against him. That's a good call. That's pass interference, defensive hold, however you want to put it. Yeah, that's a good call. He basically tackled him. So pass interference, they say on Tariq Fields, it was on Lamont Wade. It'll be an automatic first down for Ohio State, third and short. They give a 15-yard pass interference on third and short. Yeah, he pulled on his the back of his jersey a little bit. Other than that, it was a good coverage. It honestly was. So now from the 22-yard line, Ohio State getting out of the basement, out of the pistol. Fields going to hand off. Trey Sermon, first down run out to the 38-yard line. Number to the 38 for a first down Ohio State run. That might be a hold, though. That might be a hold. You got to call it both ways. Fields incomplete. Sounds like Penn State's piping in some crowd noise too. But then, of course, they had the music playing, their typical Beaver Stadium music. From the 37 empty set, trips on a bunch thumper screen over the middle. It's caught, first down Ohio State. That's to 89 Luke Farrell. First down Buckeyes. Come on. Chris Olave on the reception. 4 yards for him. Second down, Buckeyes. Trips near the bunch. Fields looking that way. It's going to be caught. Trey Sermon out of the backfield. And it's going to be another first down for OHIO. Was it a catch though? Yeah, that's a catch. You got his left foot in. Man up. Get on him. Quit playing zone. But then they'll probably run the ball down your throat. Bubble screen complete. Garrett Wilson. He's going to be stuffed in the backfield. Jair Brown and Ellis Brooks on the stop, 16 and 13, respectively. Brown transferred in from Lackawanna Community College. And he made a few stops last week. First tonight, Ryan Day not liking that by any means. It'll be, I believe, third and long now. Or second and long for Ohio State, a play after that first down reception. So from the 31, Fields going to be under center, second down and a mile for Ohio State. Fields going to fake the give, roll out near side, little play action. It's caught, first down once again, Ohio State. And then a big hit out of bounds by Jair Brown. Was caught by Williams, I do believe, number 6. And wide open. Just come on. Like, how do you let this happen? Like, this honestly looks like one of the best college teams taking on a high school team right now. Hate to say it, but it's true. Or if you want to put Clemson up against the Jets or Alabama up against the Jaguars, those NFL teams are, in the end, still going to win. So don't give me that. But they cannot stop them whatsoever on defense. They're balanced. They are running the football well. Ohio State's also passing the ball well. And credit to Ryan Day and Kevin Wilson, the former Indiana head coach, who are calling the plays for Ohio State tonight. 4 minutes to play in the first half. Ohio State knocking on the door once again, looking to extend their lead. Ball, the 5-yard line. They need the 2. Quarterback sneak. How the hell do you give a quarterback sneak and allow him to get 4 yards for a first down and goal now from the 1? How does that happen? Are you not paying attention whatsoever? I don't want to hear, if you lose this game tonight, oh, well, there's no crowd. I don't care. Nobody's playing in front of crowds right now. Yeah, other teams are winning. From the 1, first and goal. Chris Olave in motion. Bad snap. Fields going to have to land on it back at the 14-yard line. Castro Fields almost there to pick it up. Jaquan Brisker as well, number 1. So a bad snap and a close call for Ohio State. It'll be second and goal from the 14. Very, very high snap. But Fields is right there to land on. It'll be second and goal for the Bucs. So 4 wide, trips near side. Ball at the 14, second and goal. Penn State bringing 5. Bring some pressure, but they're going to get beat on a screen near side. And Sermon gets to the 10. So third and goal from the 10. Hopefully they can potentially force another field goal, and if he misses it again, okay. Got another timeout by Penn State with 2:25 to play in the first half. So Penn State gets the ball back here. They'll have 1 timeout. They can force them to a field goal, get down 17-3. Hopefully you can drive and score, for God's sakes. Move the ball more than 2 yards. And get some points before halftime, and then you'll also get the ball to begin the second half because Penn State kicked off. If I'm Ohio State, third and goal from the 10, put my coaching headset on for my Halloween outfit. I tell you what, I'd run a fade back corner once again. That worked with Olave. They scored a touchdown. Maybe another halfback screen or a slant over the middle. Don't be surprised if Ohio State goes to their tight ends right now, though, too. They haven't gone to him whatsoever yet. Out of the gun, empty set, slant over the middle, wide open, caught, touchdown. And Luke Farrell, a Ohio State tight end on a slant over the middle, caught, touchdown Buckeyes. So add all that up, and it equals out for 6. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. This is just absolutely ridiculous. 20-3 pending the extra point. Honestly, should be now 24-3, but they missed that field goal, you know. They need 3 touchdowns. They can't even move the ball a foot, let alone scoring points. Like, give me a break. Like, just don't even come out in the second half. They need a huge start me up. A huge start me up. Like, Keith Richards on the moon type of start me up.
With that confusion, it would have been a good idea to spend.
Yeah, I thought they would, especially once you saw a couple different players coming on. One stayed on the field, the other got off the field.
Jesus Christ.
So back
This
up,
is awful.
field position.
Just awful. I don't know what else to say. I don't. Like, it's getting hard to watch. It is. And there's only 2:22 to play in the first half. We've still got 30 minutes of football, another probably 2 hours of real time before this ball game wraps up. Hopefully it just doesn't get away from them and they get blown out. As long as they can keep it close, okay, I'll be fine. I'll be happy. But not really. Because obviously, they have a shot to win, but the way they're playing, they don't deserve to win. They need a big play. They need a big play. They need to take some shots. They haven't been able to throw the ball. Parker Washington on the return. It'll be first down and 10, Penn State.
Lions joined the Big Ten in 1993. These teams have played a bunch of one-point games. 3 of them.
But it's not the most.
But it's not the most. Tonight's half-time trivia question: which 2 teams in the FBS have played the most one-point games since 1993?
Since 93, what 2 FBS Big D1 college football teams have played the most one-point games? That's a tough one. That is a very, very tough one. It would have to be a rivalry or a conference game. I mean, you look around all the conferences. I mean, hell, 93. I mean, you're looking at Big Ten, SEC football probably. Maybe some SWAC into the Big 12, Pac-10. That's a tough one. Yeah, Penn State and Ohio State have played a lot of one-point games, but not the most. So who has played the most one-point games in college football at the D1 level, FBS, not FCS, since 1993? That's a tough one. We're going to have to wait and see. I honestly don't know the answer. I mean, I could guess, of course, but it's just going to be taking up too much time to think all that out. Unless they give us, an hour to think about it and they don't reveal the answer until the second half. They'll announce it here in a second. I'm going to say Texas and Oklahoma. I'm going to say Texas and OU. And that's just a straight guess. I honestly have no clue. I don't. A&M, they lead Arkansas by 2 scores, 28-14. Carolina and Virginia in a close one. Clifford's helmet comes off. He's going to have to come out for a play. Big stop by Ohio State. It's the offensive line. They can't block. It is the offensive line. They can't block. Ohio State brings 3 or 4. They still can't block them. They're bringing pressure, and they just keep bringing pressure, and then they're being stopped wide open and out past midfield if he would have had an extra second or so. Jesus Christ, this is awful. Ohio State just called their 3rd and final timeout. 2:06 to play here in the first half. Penn State going to have, I believe, a 3rd down. And, Ohio State, they're looking to score again before halftime. Clifford, helmet came off in the last play. He's not going to have to come out now. But it looked like he got poked in the eye or finger up the nostril. His nose is bleeding a little bit. Yeah, honestly, yeah, it's true. It's a total mismatch. It's like, your varsity D line in high school taking on your peewee offensive line. That's what it is. Clifford, quarterback, keeper, Will Levis, now in the ball game. So Clifford did come out. Okay, he gets to the 20-yard line. Ohio State can't stop the clock. They called the 3rd final timeout. However, 4th down to come. Penn State going to punt. Differential about 15 seconds between the play and game clock. So Ohio State's going to have about a minute 22 or so, I'd say, once the punt is kicked and then fielded to potentially drive and put up some more points before halftime. And this game is just a total mismatch in all aspects. Penn State can't do anything. They can't move the ball whatsoever. And punt up and away. It's going to roll, take a Penn State bounce to the 32. And then Penn State going to down it with 1:16 to play in the first half. First down, Buckeyes. Answer the athletic trivia question. Who is it? Most one-point games in FBS since 1993, and it's not Penn State, Ohio State.
I'll give you the update on Alabama and Mississippi State right now, if you want. It's down 18-3 first down.
Give us a hint to this question. 18-3.
It is two teams from the SEC. How about that?
So it's an SEC related question.
Alabama's one of the teams.
Alabama Auburn.
Which two teams in the SEC?
Alabama Auburn.
1-point games since 93? It's Alabama and Arkansas.
Alabama and Arkansas, the Hogs and the Tide. Yeah, no, that was a tough one. Fields going to hand off to Trey Sermon. He's going to get 4 yards. Second down and 6. Coming up at halftime, first half stats and scores, even though there's not much for Penn State. Field incomplete by Joey Porter Jr. 10 for Chris Olave. But yes, coming up at halftime, first half stats and scores. And then we'll take a look around the world of college football. So stay tuned. Just awful. I don't know, honestly, what else to say. I don't. Fields going to hand off. First down run for Ohio State. However, they're going to mark them short. Penn State has a timeout. We'll see if they call it with 42, now 40 seconds and counting. If not, Ohio State's just going to run the clock out. Fourth and inches, Ohio State going to go for it. Take the clock down to 4 seconds. Take a delay game, punt. Clock's going to run out. It's halftime. Penn State's not going to call timeout. Yeah, Ryan Day is going to take a delay game here. I mean, that's a good call. 3 seconds. 2. So they'll punt. Or, hell, they could just snap it and run around and then fall down. Yeah, just snap it, run around, and fall down, and then it'll be halftime rather than punt. Offense going to stay out there. Hey, just take a knee. Yeah, why not? Just take a knee. So the clock expires at halftime. Ohio State leads Penn State 21-3. I don't know what to say. I honestly do not know what to say. I don't. This is absolutely awful. It's pathetic. Just ridiculous. It's so frustrating. They can't move the ball whatsoever on offense, and they can't stop them for the most part on defense, but the defense has, at times, they're trying to keep them in this ball game the best they can, but, you know, they can't do it all. Somebody has to step up at offense. I don't care who it is. They got to block. They got to run. They got to throw. They got to do it all. You know, they have a field goal to show for a bad penalty in my eyes. That Penn State would have punted on that drive anyway, and Ohio State probably would have scored. So at least they're not getting shut out, but they're still on the verge of getting blown out. If it gets any worse in the second half, as the Buckeyes lead the lines by 18 at halftime. I mean, I tell you what, this is once again one as I said last week, one of the worst first halves of Penn State football I've ever seen. But tonight tops last week. At least Penniger doesn't have a few missed field goals. Penalties, not bad, but they can't move the goddamn ball whatsoever. They probably have 25 yards of total offense. I'm going to look up the stats here in a second. But I'm not going to be shocked hell if they have negative total yards on offense. They cannot do a damn thing. And then Ohio State on the flip side, we're just going to run down your throat. We're going to, beat you on cover 2 or whatever the hell you're playing on defense. And, air it out and score some points. Okay, yeah, they had a missed field goal. It should be 24-3 right now, honestly. But we'll have to see if that, by any means, comes back and bites them. If Penn State can potentially get back into it, we'll see. Still 30 minutes of football. But once again this year, it seems like they're going to be another second half team, where they always start out slow, and then, we're in the hole. And hold on, we're back. It's not halftime yet. Coaches and some players still on the field, and we got a review. And there might be a second still on the clock. And, that's going to be hard to overturn. The refs are calling the teams back out. Penn State's going to have the ball. Ryan Day is livid. And he's showing the ref how you take a knee on a kneel down. Just take it into halftime. Penn State might be in field goal range if they have 1 second and timeout. Call it. Bring out either Penniger or Stout for a field goal to make it 21-6. And then who knows if that's going to be a difference later on. There's 1 second left on the clock. Both teams are coming back out. It's not halftime yet. Penn State's going to have it 1st and 10, and they're going to kick a field goal. And Ohio State, Ryan Day is livid. And rightfully so. I would be too. So Penn State's going to kick a field goal with 1 second to close out the half. All right. Now, if he misses it, this was all for nothing. This is going to be from 50-plus again. Jordan Stout with 1 second to close out the half. Kick's going to be up. Kick's going to be right down Broadway, and the kick is good. So now, at halftime, Penn State has 2 field goals. They only trail by 15. It's 21-6. So maybe that's some momentum Penn State can build off of to get back in it. They're only down 2 touchdowns now. Only down 2 scores. That's 2 touchdowns, 2 points to follow. Tie it up, take the lead. A little confusion there to end out the first half. Brought the teams back out, reviewed it. I don't think I've ever seen that for a Penn State home game. But it happens, of course, when there's no fans there. But here we are in 2020. So at halftime, it's 21-6. Ohio State on top of Penn State. So yes, now officially we're at halftime. It's 21-6. Ohio State on top of Penn State. Some updates from around the country. Alabama rolling on Mississippi State. A&M leading Arkansas. Carolina and Virginia tied at 20 mid-second quarter. So after all that, there's a second on the clock after the kneel down. Penn State had timeout. They looked at it. There was a second left. Even though clock probably should have just ran out. And then they kick a 50-plus yard field goal. It's up and good, 21-6. Still, first half stats, not much for the Nittany's. They still can't do anything. Can't block, can't run, can't throw. But they have 2 field goals to show for it. Even though the one probably should be a touchdown. But nonetheless, hopefully they can build off of this now and get back in it maybe. At the half, Ohio State, the Buckeyes lead the Nittany Lions of Penn State right here in Happy Valley by a score of 21-6. First half stats and scores. Ohio State on the road. Justin Fields is 15 of 18 for 147 yards passing through the air and 2 touchdowns. He also has 3 carries for 2 yards. So he's not running the ball as well as he did last year against Penn State, but when you have Garrett Wilson on that one end round for 1 carry for 62 yards on the first play of the ball game, and then Trey Sermon along with Marcus Teague nearing 50 yards apiece on the ground. Sermon leading the way, running the ball more in the second quarter there than Marcus Teague. I don't know if Teague's banged up by any means or not, but Trey Sermon 10 carries for 48 yards, and then Marcus Teague 5 carries for 37 yards and a score. Chris Olave 4 catches once again, 47 yards and a touchdown. Garrett Wilson for 40. Williams 2 of 23. Luke Farrell 1 of 16. Ruckert has 2 catches for 11 yards and touchdown as well. And then Smith 1 of 6 and Sermon 1 of 4 as well. Backfield. And Penn State on offense. Sean Clifford's only 2 of 7. They've only thrown the ball 7 times in the first half. Not enough. Ran 18 times for a total of 46 yards for the team. But Clifford's 2 of 7 for 29 yards passing. They can't block. They can't really run. Devin Ford in both Jordan Brown and Noah Cain's absence because they're out for the season with injuries. He has 6 carries for 33 yards. Sean Clifford 11 carries for 10 yards. When your quarterback has more rushes than your starting running back, there's something wrong. You can't do it all, like I said last week and earlier tonight. He had almost 400 total yards and 4 touchdowns last week in the loss against Indiana, but somebody's got to step up on offense. Will Levis also has a carry for 3 yards because he was in for a play that Clifford's helmet came off on. And then Penn State receiving, they've only targeted 2 different receivers, in Jahan Dawson and Pat Fryermuth. So somebody at wide receiver needs to step the hell up too. Dawson has 1 catch for 20 yards. Fryermuth has 1 catch for 9 yards. Awful. Just awful. Team stats overall, they're 0-4 on 3rd and 4th down, 0-for-5 on 3rd, and 0-for-1 on 4th. Because they went for it on 4th down on their opening drive after being down 7-0. Then Ohio State capitalized, won at 14-0. Say you punt, play good defense, you know, maybe it's only 14-6 right now if they score that other touchdown late in the second half, or in the second quarter, late first half, excuse me. Total yardage, though, Ohio State leading the way by 205 overall, 280 compared to Penn State 75. Fields has 147 yards passing, Penn State has 29. 133 yards rushing compared to Penn State's 46. Penalties about even, 4 for Ohio State, 3 for Penn State. No turnovers yet, and no big trick plays, no special teams aspects by any means with kicker or punt returns to set up shop with some good field position. We did have a missed field goal, but at the half, after the confusion to close out the first half with the kneel down 1 second, they take a look at it, bring the teams back out. It's 21-6. Ohio State on top of Penn State at the half. Some highlights from around the country. Texas and Oklahoma came down to a field goal. They went to overtime. Texas scores in the first overtime. Here comes Oklahoma State. They score as well. However, there's a flag with an illegal man downfield. So on 4th down and overtime, Oklahoma State, after they scored a touchdown, they're going to be sacked, and Texas on the road going to defeat the number 6 Oklahoma State Cowboys 41-34. That was a damn good game. Saw a little bit of that earlier. Saw a little bit of Georgia, Kentucky as well, along with Boston College and Clemson, but for the most part watched Michigan State, Michigan, along with Memphis and Cincinnati. Arkansas, got to get down to Arkansas. Well, they're going to want to get back to Arkansas because they're down by 2 scores at the half, 28-14 against Texas A&M. Mizzou and Florida. Florida at home wearing some retro throwback unis. They haven't played in a few weeks since they lost on a game-winning field goal against Texas A&M because of COVID positives. They lead Missouri 20-7 at the half. So some of these night games now, either at halftime or early to mid-third quarter. However, earlier today in college football, Boston College gave Clemson on the road all they could handle. However, the number 1 team in the land came back and defeated the Eagles by 6, 34-28. Georgia, they beat Kentucky 14-3 in a very slow SEC matchup this afternoon. Florida, Georgia next week, along with Notre Dame, Clemson. Cincinnati beat Memphis 49-10. Little brother defeated Big Brother in the 13th ranked Michigan Wolverines. Michigan State over Michigan 27-24. WVU, Mountaineers of West Virginia from Morgantown at Milan Puskar. They defeated the 16th ranked Kansas State Wildcats in the Big 12 37-10. Coastal Carolina, Chanticleers beat Georgia State 51-0. They shut the Panthers out. Iowa State also put out 50+, 52-22 on Kansas. Les Miles is probably going to be fired. Florida Atlantic 24-3 over Texas San Antonio. Talk about coaches being fired potentially at some point. Coach Carousel going to pick up here shortly. A little later than usual, of course, but with 2020, with how the schedule is going. Keep an eye out for Coach Carousel in both college football and the NFL, of course, with a few NFL openings already having opened up with coaches being fired. But Tulane, 38-3 over Temple. Purdue's 2-0 in the Big Ten West, as is Northwestern. Purdue beat Illinois 31-24. And then Northwestern beat Iowa on the road 21-20. Iowa 0-2, Penn State on the verge of going to 0-2 for the first time since 2012. Hawkeyes and Lions in 3 weeks, live right here on YouTube. Be sure to tune in. So next week, Penn State, Maryland. 2 weeks, Penn State, Nebraska. 3 weeks, Penn State, Iowa. About a month from now, Penn State, Michigan before early December. Penn State, Rutgers, and then a week later, Penn State, Michigan State before the Big Ten Champions Week. Where right now, Penn State's probably going to get either matched up with, I'm thinking, a Purdue, an Iowa, a Minnesota of some sorts, maybe even an Illinois, who knows. Wake Forest 38-14 over Syracuse. Central Florida also beat Houston 44-21. Rice over Southern Miss 30-6. Troy 38-10 over Arkansas State. Notre Dame, as mentioned, over Georgia Tech 31-13. They'll host Clemson next Saturday night, as Florida will also play Georgia in the Florida-Georgia game next Saturday afternoon. Indiana over Rutgers. Indiana's 2-0. They'll be ranked in the top 25 once again next week. 37-21 over Rutgers. La Tech in double overtime beat UAB 37-34. TCU 33-23 over Baylor. Almost let that one slip away. Auburn blew out LSU 48-11. Northwestern, as mentioned, with a 1-point win on the road against Iowa 21-20. In overtime as well, Texas against a 6th-ranked Oklahoma State team 41-34. Big 12's hopes of the college football playoff now have to be done. Ole Miss 54-21 over Vandy. App State 31-13 over Louisiana Monroe. Va Tech 42-35 over Louisville. Boise State also won 49-30 over Air Force. They'll play BYU next Friday night. BYU, their game has still yet to kick off 10:15 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN at home against Western Kentucky. Had a few games postponed and canceled, like I said, with Wisconsin, Nebraska canceled. Will not be made up. It's no contest. They won't play this year. But still to come, we have North Texas and UTEP, San Diego State, Utah State, Western Kentucky, BYU, and Nevada, along with UNLV. However, on Thursday night, We had Georgia Southern beat South Alabama 24-17. Fresno State beat Colorado State as well, 38-17. Last night, Friday night football in the Big Ten. Maryland in overtime. They were down early against Minnesota. Came back, or excuse me, they led Minnesota early. So Minnesota came back, took the lead, and then they blew it. Game went to overtime. They missed an extra point in overtime. That's how they lost. So Maryland with a 45-44 win, in overtime at home against the Golden Gophers. Maryland at Penn State next week. Tulsa, East Carolina, the Golden Hurricanes, 4-point winners over the Pirates, 34-30. Wyoming also beat Hawaii last night, 31-7. Marshall, Florida International was also postponed. However, right now, some live in-game action with some games going on. Louisiana Lafayette and Texas State are tied at 21, just short of halftime. Early second quarter, Oklahoma leads on the road against Texas Tech 35-7. North Carolina, Virginia tied at 20. That's a good game. Very, very good game in the ACC from Charlottesville. About 3 minutes to play in the second quarter. Tied at 20. SMU 31-17 over Navy. We got a Penn State commercial now in my area for the Penn State Ohio State game during halftime tonight. Wherever you are, we are with you always. We are Penn State. Good commercial. Florida leads Mizzou 21-7. Arkansas, they trail by 14 against A&M on the road, 28-14. Duke over Charlotte, 37-13. And then also in the third quarter, San Jose State leads New Mexico, 21-14. Alabama leads Mississippi State, 27-0. And then, as we all know, at the half right now, Ohio State leads Penn State 21-6. Once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play live this evening, live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button. Share as well. Hashtag college football. Hashtag Ohio State. Hashtag Penn State. Hashtag OSU versus PSU. Chat questions and comments, along with super chats and super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. And we'll get back to the second half momentarily. Ohio State 21-6 over Penn State.
White, that is, he recorded 8 catches, 196 yards with a touchdown as Michigan State upset Michigan in the Big House. Ricky White set the single-game freshman record for receiving yards and trails only one Plaxico Burress for the most receiving yards in a game against those Michigan Wolverines.
What a turnaround after losing the Rutgers Mel Tucker squad. He joins Nick Saban as the only Michigan State coaches to beat Michigan in their first try. Mark, who you got?
Give me 2 players. I'll take both of them from Ole Miss. Matt Corral, the quarterback, 31-34, including 19 straight en route to his first career 400-yard game. School record with 6 passing touchdowns. And to his favorite target, Elijah Moore, 238 receiving yards and 14 receptions. Both set Ole Miss record.
Boy, when Lane gets a defense, watch out. My guy, true freshman, first career start out of Clemson. DJ Uiagalelei. Tremendous afternoon. 30 of 41, 342 yards in the air, 3 total touchdowns, and next weekend he'll get his first career road start at South Bend against number 4 Notre Dame as Trevor Lawrence is out due to COVID-19 protocol. And you guys were really gone at his legs.
I thought he played very poised, and I think he'll be fine on the road there.
Big Cinco.
We'll see how that plays out next week. Halftime report continues after this.
Welcome to the Athletic. To help with unexpected right. Are there any questions? Yes.
Can I get one of those cool blue blazers?
You know I can't play favorites. All right, let's talk coverage. It's go time.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Get to know us at Aflac.com. presidential election of a lifetime finally here. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time data, breaking new details with the most powerful,
is an action-packed remake. And Leslie Jones Richards, trademark exuberance. It's sweet, new Sunday on ABC.
real steel. Find yours. Our battery-powered 8K Homeowner Series has everything you need to take on your to-do list. Battery power made by steel. Not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local steel dealers. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
America was built with hard work and big dreams. But for decades, Joe Biden sold us out to China. Soft trade deals, weak appeasement, by accident or worse. Biden shipped tens of thousands of our jobs overseas. As president, what makes you think he'd be any different? America First Action is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Pennsylvania voters, have you returned your mail ballot? Make sure your mail ballot counts by returning it in person now. There's no reason to wait.
You can drop it in a drop box or deliver it to your county election office or satellite location.
Either way, don't delay. And remember, seal, sign, and return.
Visit votespa.com for information or to find a location to hand deliver your ballot. And do it now to ensure your vote counts.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars. Coming up with the election just days away, the presidential candidates and their running mates are out in full force. Their message to voters tonight after the game.
We are local. We are family owned. We are Parco.
Don't forget to vote on Election Day, November 3rd. For more information, visit IamAVoter.com.
Is it just me, or did halftime seem very long tonight compared to last week? We're about ready to start the third quarter. Yeah, his knee's down with 1 second. So both teams are in the tunnel, and they had to bring him back out. And then Ryan Day is showing the official on how you take a knee. And then Penn State capitalized with a field goal. Take it. Take 3 points, any chance I can get.
Continuing the conversation here. Maybe a little too cute. Maybe you could just feel taking 1 or 2 extra steps back just to make sure. May not make a difference because this Ohio State defense, Kirk, has been so.
Yeah, it probably won't make a difference, but you never know. It could. They just wanted to make sure they got it right, of course, before halftime. Because going into halftime, you're not going to be able to, redo that play right at the start of the third quarter. So. Penn State going to get the ball to begin the second half. So hopefully on offense they can get something going. Because if not, this game's going to be over. This game will be over before we know it. So Ohio State on the kickoff. Penn State back deep to receive. And we're going to have another touchback. Parker Washington returning kicks tonight. Number 3 from the Houston, Texas area. Else receiver other than Dotson and Freiermuth. They need to open up the offense more in the second half in order to get back in it. Plain and simple. There's no other way around it. They're going to need to score at least another 25, 28 points to win this game. If not more, if we're going to be trading shots back and forth and Ohio State's going to continue to score, which I expect them to, but if they can hold them on defense and they get shut out, Penn State, 3 touchdowns, we'll win it. Meantime, Clifford out of the gun, little miscommunication with him and 28 Devin Ford, and for a 5-yard loss. So now 2nd and long for Penn State. 1 play into the second half. Jesus Christ. Fake the give. Clifford, pass complete. Baby Gronk, Pat Freiermuth, he lowers his shoulder past the 40. And then he's injured on the sideline. But he gets up and didn't look good at first, but he gets up, he looks to be fine. He's running back onto the field, getting back in the huddle. Yeah, a simple tight end post to the far side, and he picked up a first down. Ball at the 41. Clifford pump fakes on the screen. Over the middle, it's caught. There's Parker Washington, number 3, the true freshman receiver. He picks up a first down before being shoved out of bounds. And now Penn State with a few big plays here. This is how their drive where they got the first 3 points of those 2 field goals early in the first half. They had first down after first down after first down before the drive stalled, and they kicked the field goal. Hopefully this time around they can continue to drive and do this, but it ends in a touchdown this time. From the 39, 1st and 10, Penn State. Clifford out of the gun, fakes a give, over the middle, it's caught once again. And that is 13, Keandre Lambert-Smith from Kip Sabian 757 country. First down, Penn State. His first catch of the night. Just continue to move the football. Pick up first down to first down. Trips in a bunch near side. Ball at the 27. It's 21-6. And if you do the math, that equals 27. Ohio State leads. 12:50 play in the third. Penn State left to right. Clifford fakes a give, gonna keep it. And he gets about a yard far sideline before he runs out of bounds. Second down. Three wide out of the gun. Lions. Penn State entering the red zone. We've had 4 good passing plays on this drive. They're starting to open up the offense. Knocking on the door. Hopefully they can score a touchdown here quick like Ohio State did on their opening drive to begin the ball game. Maybe it'll be a tale of 2 halves. Clifford gonna tuck it and run and gets about a yard. 2nd and 9 again. I believe we're back live right here on YouTube. Sorry for any technical difficulties. In the meantime, we just off with a Penn State touchdown. So, for myself, since we're going to go to commercial break, and right at the perfect time, technical difficulties for myself, it's always one thing or another, completely just went out on me. So YouTube, if you're listening, what the hell? Why did that just happen? I don't know why. You probably do. Let me know. Stream just completely just went out on me. So I once again had to get back in, resume it, rotate, and then blah, blah, blah. Here we are. That's why I'm up close trying to make sure everything looks good. And then like I just said, I believe we're back live. Yeah, I'm moving around. We're good. But we just saw a play with Sean Clifford to Jahan Dotson over the middle. And I don't know if it caught it by any means on the stream. I believe it did. It was right at the last second, when it was cutting out. And it was a touchdown pass over the middle from Sean Clifford, number 14, from 14 yards out to Jahan Dotson. So, as I was saying, because of the technical problem there, for the hell of it, here we are. I'm gonna rewind it, and we're gonna call it as I see it, a play ago there. for the touchdown with the extra point. And then we'll get, of course, back to live action in a second. Okay, so set the scene. It's second down from the 14-yard line for Penn State. Knocking on the door, they trail 21-6. Sean Clifford out of the gun, over the middle, caught, touchdown, Penn State. Jahan Dotson from 14 yards out from number 14 is how I believe I called it. If it is on there, they panned all the fans that aren't there, of course, and then the cardboard cutouts. But then now we got a injury on the Ohio State defense as well. So they took a second there. As I, of course, did watch this in live time then while it was doing its thing with technical problem. They took a minute here to get back to the point after, and the extra point ended up being up and good as we continue to see replays now of that touchdown from Clifford to Jahan Dotson. So it's 21-13 Ohio State on top of Penn State early third quarter. So Penn State scores on their opening drive in the second half, which is a very, very good sign. But we'll wait, of course, until they go back to a commercial break, and then we'll get back to live TV, to live game action. As, of course, I once again rewound this if you're just not tuning in because of some technical problems on my end with the stream just basically going kaput, went out on me, and I believe we're good, maybe not. There we go. We should be all right. So yeah, extra point up and good by Jake Penniger. He's got a field goal on an extra point, and then Jordan Stout also has a field goal as well. But after the opening drive for Penn State, here in the second half, the Nittany Lions score their first touchdown of the evening. Cut it to 8. It's 21-13. Touchback on the kickoff. Maria Taylor with a report from the sideline. Saturday Night Football on ABC, so it'll be first down and 10 Buckeyes from the 25-yard line. 11-14 to play here in the third quarter. Once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. So yeah, now back to a one-score game. Yeah, and that field goal Ohio State missed, coming back to hurt them right now, along with the field goal that the refs basically gave Penn State to close up the first half, hurting the Buckeyes right now too, because it would be 21-10 if they still would have scored that touchdown, of course, just a minute ago. Bubble screen near side, that's caught. And Chris Olave, once again, 9 yards for him. It'll be second and about a yard for Ohio State. Good to see number 4, Jesse Luketa, back out on defense for Penn State, the linebacking position. He sat out the first half tonight due to a targeting last week in the second half against Indiana. Honestly, really wasn't a targeting compared to some of the other targetings we've seen in college football this year. Now we got an injured Penn State defender, so some injuries now early in the third quarter. James Franklin coming over to tend to his player, and that's number 9, Joey Porter Jr. Of course, his father, the Steeler great, number 55, Joey Porter Sr. They won a few Super Bowls with the black and gold. Was also an assistant coach with the Steelers a few years back. But Joey Porter Jr. now a redshirt freshman, sophomore, redshirt freshman, starting at corner this year over Keaton Ellis. And we have still yet to see number 2 Keaton Ellis from State College High here in 2020 for Penn State. But Joey Porter comes off. He is from SoCal, but he played his high school ball in the Steel City. Trips in a bunch now. Top of your screen from Ohio State from the 31. Justin Fields looking to throw. He's being pressured, and it's caught by Garrett Wilson. First down, Buckeyes. Thing is, Penn State, too, on defense, they need to bring more pressure on Ohio State, on Justin Fields. Of course, Ohio State's first drive here in the second half, haven't seen Teague or Trey Sermon. It seems like Trey Sermon's the go-to back now ever since the second quarter rolled around. I don't know what's up with Teague. Teague's back in the ball game, but ball deflected the line of scrimmage, incomplete. Penn State gonna grab Brandon Smith and then start running, but it's gonna fall incomplete. And, it'll be ruled dead. I believe third down to come, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, third down for Ohio State. Antonio Shelton once again making a stop, making a good play on Justin Fields. Fields out of the gun, empty set, complete near side, stiff arm, and then right there at the first down marker, Garrett Wilson. He's going to be about 1.5 yards shy. This will bring up third down. So that was second down. Out of the pistol, 3rd and 1. Fields going to hand off. Marcus Teague up the gut, first down, Buckeyes. Still no turnovers yet, so keep an eye out for those. From the 49. Fake the give on the end around, fake the give to Teague, and then pass complete to Wilson, who went in motion on the end around. Complete to him far side for a pickup about 2. So it'll be 2nd and 8. From the 49. 2nd and 8 for Ohio State. They lead by 8. It's 21-13. With 8:48 to play in the third. Fields looking to throw. Pass far down the near sideline. Caught. Touchdown. Chris Olave right on the money. In triple coverage. Wide open. Touchdown. OHIO. What a play. Ran right by Marquise Wilson. Yeah, Joey Porter not the ball game. They go to the corner, go deep. Brisker comes in as well, and it was a little far actually for Olave. He had to make a play on it, but he still came down with it, and in the end zone, touchdown Ohio State. So just as fast as Penn State scores in the third quarter here, Ohio State does the same, and they'll just continue to extend their lead now back to a 2-possession ball game. And change to play in the third quarter.
Introducing Wendy's new pretzel bacon pub cheeseburger. Nothing will distract you from the pretzel bun and beer cheese. Not even all the comments on the pic you posted of your pretzel bacon pub cheeseburger. Download the app to order ahead and get Wendy's rewards.
Now, Joe Biden is lying. He will raise taxes on the middle class. And his liberal agenda will lead to rebuild our nation. But we won't let him. We will build a better future with courage, with strength, because we are America. And Donald Trump is our president. America First Action is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show who's the cheesiest? The cheesiest coming! Cheez-Its, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Oh, you're gonna botch this, Baker. Too much heat. It's gonna burn up that meat. Step on the crack. Break your mama's back. Step on the crack. You're gonna get sacked. You're gonna blow it, Baker. Oh, you're gonna blow it.
He can only perform when he's under pressure.
Yep. Baker, still watching.
Now 2 yards. 1 yard. Stop. I knew James running through the whole car. That's why you got stuck. Do you want to like come through your door and then my door? Or we could try to think of something else.
Progressive, protecting every single yard of your home and auto.
Outside your window, the wild is still wild. And warm and full of wonder. Outside your window, the wild is waiting. Don't forget to bring a snack. Nature Valley, we are better outside.
Ohio State on a kickoff after just scoring once again 28-13 Buckeyes on top of the Nitwits. Fair catch at the 10-yard line by Parker Washington. Penn State not I mean, Ohio State really hasn't punted tonight, but for kickoff returns, they've fair caught. They haven't wanted to make any returns by any means.
So Penn State back to work, move down the field quickly to cut into this lead. The first touchdown of the night came on their last possession, but momentum didn't last long. Penn State's defense could not get Buckeyes off the field in that previous drive.
So Penn State first down and 10 from the 25-yard line. 8:41 to play here in the third quarter. Clifford looking to throw. It's going to be caught Parker Washington. He gets to the 31, 6 yards for him. And now we got another whistle. We got a flag on the play. After the play, dead ball, personal foul on the defense. 15 yards, automatic first down for Penn State. And not a good sign for Ohio State. One of the two starting tight ends, I believe that was Luke Farrell, 89, walking into the locker room with some help. From the 46-yard line, out of the gun, automatic first down for Penn State after the penalty. Fake the give to Devin Ford. Clifford going to air it out. Eludes a few sacks and then just throws it away out of bounds, incomplete. No Kevon Lee, no Keziah Holmes tonight. It's all been Devin Ford. It's all been Devin Ford. And no one open. Good decision by Clifford just to throw it away, incomplete. So once again from the 46, second down and 10, trips near side. Clifford over the middle, incomplete, intended for Jahan Dawson, third down. See, it's one good drive, and they do something, and then everything else, it's been, you can't do anything. Come on. Clifford looking to throw, almost brought down on a sack, and then he will be brought down on the sack at the 42-yard line. Penn State to punt on fourth down. Penn State on to punt. Jordan Stout gonna pin the Buckeyes deep. However, it's gonna bounce into the end zone down for a touchback. Ohio State 1st and 10 from the 20. Up 15, 28-13 when we return.
The super big 85-inch Samsung QLED TV brings the game. Sure, a TV this big makes kids' series look ginormous. QLED TV. Game shows look like an even bigger game. And medical dramas look larger than life. But the super big Samsung QLED TV is made for football. Buy now with 0% down with Samsung financing.
You believe in. You strive for a better tomorrow. Because the fighting spirit is one we all share. And on election day, that spirit has a voice. If it's worth fighting for, it's worth voting for. Look out. For those with a fighting spirit.
Oh, exactly. McDonald's. Oh, come on. It's so good.
It's on the McDonald's 1, 2, $3 menu. Get your faves for a few bucks like any size soft drink for just $1.
Hey man, I really appreciate that Patrick Price on my insurance jig from State Farm. Being a champ has its perks.
Here's the deal, Patrick. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Remember to pay the favor with some field passes. Come on.
No favors, just great rates.
Okay, fine. I'll let you wear the ring, but only for a day.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
If there's work to be done, your most powerful tool is the Home Depot app. Bring styles to life with just a few taps. And find a replacement in a snap. Get a second opinion in just a second. And when you can't drop what you're doing, we'll drop it off for you free. Download the Home Depot app today and start bringing your vision to life. Home Depot, a doer get more done.
This is the new iPhone 12 Pro with 5G, and it's on AT&T, the fastest nationwide 5G network.
Now new and existing customers can get our best deal.
Really? Mom, AT&T has the deal for new and existing customers. I will.
So what'd she say?
It's the wrong person. It's a guy named Carl. But he's very excited and on his way.
Word of mouth advertising. It's what they did before commercials.
It's not complicated. Everyone gets our best deal, like the amazing iPhone 12 on us.
This is the night
That brings country together.
the CNA Leagues, Wednesday, November 11th on ABC. Brought to you by Taco Bell. Take a look at the first 6.5 quarters of the season for Justin Fields. Sylvia's 5 completions, 5 touchdowns, and a big impact as a runner tonight as he was the opening week. Better production for the running backs. Fields just continues to be really, really difficult to defend. Very, very accurate tonight. This is T.
Justin Fields going to hand off. Marcus Teague, he gets about 5 yards, I'd say, or so. About 7 minutes to play here in the third quarter. Fields going to hand off again. Teague. He gets 4. He's going to be about a yard shy of first down, 3rd and 1. They're going to have to start making stops on defense, because if not, I mean, this game is going to be over before we know it. Because they're going to have to get the ball back and, you know, try to score, and if they can't, you know, the game's going to be over. handoff, Marcus Teague. He breaks a tackle and then gets to the 40-yard line. Some missed tackles on Penn State defense. Good to see Joey Porter Jr. back out there, number 9, following his injury, but he was the one who made the stop. But still, like, come on. Brandon Smith again with a missed tackle. Good blocking up front by them, opening up the holes for backs to run through, and big first down run by Ohio State. Justin Fields complete. First down. Once again to Smith. First down, Ohio State. And now we got a flag. So back at the 45-yard line, Fields under center going to hand off to Teague once again. No gain on the play. Ellis Brooks 13 on the stop. Play clock winding down. Fields going to get it off. Complete over the middle. And about a yard or so shy of another first down for the Buckeyes. It'll be 3rd and 1. Honestly, they score again. I mean, it's over. I mean, it's been over. I mean, they cut it close, but honestly, it's not as bad of a blowout as what I think people were thinking, especially the way this game started out. Like, defense held their ground. You know, they could have, you know, given up a lot, way more plays, but Ohio State in the meantime, another first down. They have to have a ton of first downs tonight. But yeah, it's balanced. Look at that. It's few here, few there, to this receiver, that receiver, on down the line. Penn State's thrown to, I think, 4 guys. Another handoff. And that's Trey Sermon. He's going to get about 4, maybe 5, depending on the spot. Weird seeing, too, Ohio State with those Buckeye leaves on the helmet. This early in the season, I get because of the postponement and stuff like that, and they're playing on Halloween tonight, second game of the season for the 8-game conference-only shortened schedule. Weird seeing Ohio State play Penn State with little to no Buckeye leave stickers on their helmets. Fields gonna somehow get rid of it, and then they pick up a first down. He slipped and almost fell, but he got rid of it to a wide open tight end and another first down for Ohio State. Anybody else would have fell right to the ground. Yeah, he just slipped on a odd piece of grass by the looks of it. That was, to this point, almost the end of the 3rd quarter, been stepped on a lot up and down the field. Handoff up the middle, Trey Sermon, 2 yards for him. Under 2. Yeah, exactly. They're just continuing to punch, and Penn State can't punch back. Pass incomplete near side to Garrett Wilson. It'll be 3rd down. They need the 1 yard line for a goal to go. So they have 8 tries to get in, basically. Pass complete near side of the 5 to number 5, Garrett Wilson. Not enough for a 1st down, though. Ohio State's going to settle for field goal. Ohio State now with a new kicker. Kick gonna be up and good. 31-13 now, Ohio State on top of Penn State with 1:02 to play. Can we just flip the numbers for each team and then go into the 4th quarter playing with that score? Give Penn State 31 and Ohio State 13. Is that possible? Can we do that? 1:02 to play in the 3rd. They'll wait until the end of the quarter, take a commercial break. But I mean, they got to score 3 times. There's no way that's gonna happen in 16 minutes and 2 seconds of football. I mean, honestly, they gave it their best shot. They did, but they couldn't move the ball whatsoever. No run game at all. None. No run game. With the amount of backs that they have, no run game. But maybe, some type of shot's going to, kickstart their heart. And, we'll see if they can, put up some points here late 3rd, early 4th quarter. Ohio State took a lot of time off the clock with that last drive. A lot of time, and they ended with points. Honestly, it should be 34-13. But they missed one. It's 31-13. So, I mean, it's still a good enough cushion for them to... Why are you taking fair catches? You feel like you don't want to return it tonight? You being told, hey, don't return kicks? Like, we'll take it automatically at the 25? I mean, I get it, Sometimes that's the best option, it's the best thing to do, but you need an explosive play. You need some momentum to build off of to, drive to score points. They have not returned a kick all night. Not one. They've fair caught every kick. So Penn State with 1:02 to play here in the 3rd quarter. Down 31-13. 1st and 10 at 25. Clifford out of the gun. Pump fakes. Deep down the middle. Has a man, and he overthrew Parker Washington, number 3, the freshman from Houston, Texas. And now we got a late flag, so incomplete plus the flag. It'll probably be a hold against Penn State. It'll be coming back. Yeah, holding 10 yards. They'll replay it down. It'll be 1st and 20. Jesus Christ.
I think as the season goes on for Ohio State, tonight what we've seen is a defensive line and linebackers that have taken...
So 1st and 20 from the 15.
I think teams will try and eventually continue to test Ohio State's secondary with those new faces. I think the Buckeyes welcome them.
Fryermuth in motion. Fake the give. They throw to Fryermuth. He picks up the original line of scrimmage, and then right there at the first down marker as well. He's going to be about a yard shy, though, it looks like. However, another flag, so probably another hold, and this will probably be coming back again.
I think Cam Brown, 26, maybe had an elbow right as Fryermuth was out of bounds.
After the play, another personal foul on the defense. 15 yards, automatic first down. So ball, what, midfield? Around midfield? Good play action on the RPO to Fryermuth. He was right there. I don't think he got it, but, you know, flag afterwards. Yeah, the ball's going to be around midfield, it looks like. Yeah, 49-yard line, first down and 10 for Penn State. Handoff, and no run game at all. A yard to Devin Ford up the middle. But they don't have a run game now. I mean, coming in, 5 backs. Journey Brown, Noah Kane, Devin Ford, Keziah Holmes, and Kevon Lee. Now they're down to 3. And they can't run at all. They blocked last week pretty well, I thought. But they really couldn't run the ball. Tonight they can't block at all, so they still can't run the ball. And they can't really throw, but, I mean, Clifford's been able to air it out a little bit better in the second half than what he did in the first. He's getting pressured. You got to get rid of it, not take another goddamn sack at the 41-yard line, which is exactly what happens to close out the end of the third quarter. So it'll be whatever and down to go long, whatever down it is, probably third. Second or third and long for Penn State to begin the fourth quarter after another sack from Ohio State on Sean Clifford this evening. So at the end of the third quarter, Ohio State leads Penn State on the road tonight on Saturday Night Football in the Big Ten, 31-13. Thank you once again for tuning in and watching my live reactions play. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button. Share as well. Hashtag college football. Chat questions and comments. Super chats. Super stickers. Always greatly appreciated.
Now that we protect your identity and mobile phone as well as your auto, home, and life, you've never been in better hands. Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
Grab Taco Bell's Nachos Party Pack whenever you're dressing up to stay in or witnessing a miracle. Go big with delicious nachos topped with all your favorites. Nachos Party Pack, only at Taco Bell. Get yours with Taco Bell delivery.
Introducing Schwab Stock Slices. For as little as $5, now anyone can own companies in the S&P 500, even if their shares cost more. At $5 a slice, you can own 10 companies for $50 instead of paying thousands. All commission-free online. Schwab Stock Slices, an easy way to start investing or give the gift of stock ownership. Schwab, own your tomorrow.
Wowzers, what a special family. Special like my Chips Deluxe. With even more real chocolate chips. Only elves can make cookies this good. Keebler, made with magic. Love the family.
In the time it takes to brew a cup, we'll tell you why Green Mountain Coffee Roasters Nantucket Blend is so smooth. Let's go to one of the places the coffee comes from, Honduras. This is Mario and his wife Shayla. Mario grows coffee that helps make Nantucket Blend taste phenomenal. So we support his recycling of nutrient-rich water to help make his soil rich, his coffee delicious, and his land stunningly beautiful. It's the second most stunning thing in his life. Number 1, being Shayla. All for a smoother tasting cup. Green Mountain Coffee Roasters, packed with goodness. This Sunday, Julie Bowen's eyes are on the prize.
You could be the first celebrity to win $1 million on this show.
And Joel McHale's lips are sealed. I'm going to refuse to answer. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Sunday on ABC. I spent 9 years inside. As a free man, I'm a lawyer outside. Now the real fight begins.
It's game time, baby.
ABC Sunday is the ultimate play date. First, America's funniest home videos is a doggone delight. Then, stock up on TV's hottest revival, Supermarket Sweep with host Leslie Jones. And a new millionaire is pulling out all the stops.
You could be the first celebrity ever to win $1 million on this show.
Clifford going deep down the near sideline, has a man, and what a catch by Jahan Dotson at the 20-yard line. First down, Penn State, as we begin the fourth quarter. Buckeyes lead 31-13. Nice one-handed grab by 5, Jahan Dotson, on Sean Wade, who opted out but then came back to Ohio State once the Big Ten did in fact return. Credit to Ohio State's defense tonight. They played damn well. A lot of pressure on the D-line from Larry Johnson. Another one-handed grab by Dotson. What a catch. Oh my God, that's going to be a top play. Touchdown, Nittany Lions. 2 touchdown receptions for him this evening. Back-to-back one-handed snag. This one for a TD. And the second one was better than the first. And now we got another injured Ohio State Buckeye. Just a simple fade. He might have pushed off a little bit, but then he went up and grabbed it with one hand, his right hand, and he walked in the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. In a row. Dotson showing out tonight. What a catch.
You know, with KJ Hamler moving on, who was going to be the next guy, right? They moved him to the outside because they thought he might have more chances. Then the progressive pylon cam to show you even a better look at it. But ball is thrown where he could adjust back to it. Here's the entry to Cam Brown at the top. Just kind of lost his footing and went down. He is still down.
So, take a break while they attend to Brown. Penn State PAT coming up, 31-19.
Tomorrow holds the course of your financial future, which is why it's good to know exactly how you'll get there. For more than 150 years, generations have trusted the strength and stability of Pacific Life to protect their tomorrows. Because protecting those you care about with life insurance and retirement solutions is a winning game plan. Ask a financial professional about Pacific Life.
Ascribe Music burst into song when he got free delivery from Popeyes. Order from the Popeyes app today and get free delivery with minimum purchase.
Rated E for everyone.
Who's playing? Doesn't matter.
Today tastes like a home game, like a huddle. Tastes like we're bringing the heat, and like a front row seat. Today tastes like a team, and it never tasted this good.
Take advantage of the Big Finish sales event today at Courtesy Ram, Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep in Altoona. The 2021 Ram 1500 is designed for serious performance with cutting-edge safety and security. Like all Ram trucks, the 2021 Ram 1500 is made to last. This
luxury ride is not your grandfather's pickup truck. Score big with savings today on the entire starting lineup of Ram, Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep at your hometown auto dealer, Courtesy Motors in Altoona.
A lot has changed this year. What hasn't is people falling in love and wanting to spend their lives together. Converse Jewelers has the perfect engagement ring to start your forever today. Visit us and our website to see our bridal collection. We're here to help with this important choice, either online or in our store. Our in-house jewelers will get your ring ready for the big day. And with financing for every budget, there's no reason to wait. Embrace what's most important and begin your happily ever after at Converse Jewelers.
We are local. We are family owned. We are Park Home.
Made that incredible catch with his left hand against his helmet. Very next play said, let's use the right hand this time to make it. Adjust back to the ball, but then just palms the ball with his right hand. The way he put his body up, usually we think about the left hand, but instead the right hand. And then here, Clifford trying to catch Ohio State's defense off guard, looking left like he's going to throw, and tries to run it in, but Ohio State ready for it. But Dotson against Sean Williams, a couple good plays to get Penn State's offense going. Dotson made the 60-yard catch on that post route against Indiana. We thought there was going to be a play that scored the Penn State comeback victory. There were a few plot twists after that, but more than a two-play sequence to look like this offense was in deep trouble. Jordan still in play. 12-point game, 14 and a half to play. Penn State's done a good job in there. You think with the way this game started, look at some of the numbers of Ohio State's up. This game's over, but no, Penn State's going to risk enough to just keep themselves within a possession or two. Seagate got fired, but for 2 completions in the first half. Halftime. All-State Plus here in State College. What's your All-State protection spotlight today? I think it's the offensive line giving Justin Fields the needed time to look downfield to make big throws. Look at that time, and of course the location of the ball, but it starts with the offensive line giving him that protection here over 3 seconds until he goes deep downfield again to Olave when they had a chance to attack.
So now we're back following the Penn State touchdown. They must have went for 2. They didn't show no extra point or 2-point attempt. Not for me, they didn't at least. So now it's 31-19. I'll check in on that. See what happened. But they took a very long commercial break due to an injury. And then Penn State kicked off, first down Ohio State. Justin Fields pass complete to Garrett Wilson. First down Ohio State again, and another flag.
Looks like he was blocking downfield. I don't know if that's what they may have called there or pass interference.
Okay, yeah, so Penn State scored and then they went for 2 and didn't get it. Why didn't they show that on TV?
Deep in the defensive secondary.
They did not show that for me. Maybe with local commercials, they threw those in and didn't realize, you know, they were running over and it was an extra commercial that they added in rather than get us back to the game. So it's 31-19. We had a pass interference on Tariq Castro Field, so penalties declined because of the first down. It's first down Ohio State and a run from Marcus Teague up the middle. From the 39, Fields going to hand off again. No gain on the play. Third down. Third and 8 from the 40. Trip, stop your screen, left to right for Ohio State here in the fourth quarter. Pressure, and then he gets rid of it, and it's going to be caught What a throw, what a catch. Garrett Wilson having, along with Chris Olave tonight, having hell of a game.
Watch the pressure. We just talked about how the offensive line's done a good job. How does Shakatoni not get his hands on the ball?
He should have been brought down on the sack, and somehow he got rid of it and found a man wide open downfield for another first down. Run up the middle. About 4 yards on that for Teague. Second down, 6. Yeah, so Penn State went for 2 after they scored to make it a 10-point game. And then you need another touchdown and field goal to tie it up 31, but you need stops too. Of course, they didn't get to 2, and here we are, Ohio State driving again, probably going to score. 12 minutes and about 15 seconds to play. Fields fakes the give, looking to throw, rolling out near side, and it's going to be dropped by his tight end, incomplete. And T going to be about a yard shy of the first down. See what Ohio State does here. Ohio State's always had their fair share of good running backs too, and Teague and Sermon are that next group. And honestly, Ohio State, coming in one of the best teams in the country. Yeah, they probably could have played a little bit better tonight. I mean, both teams could have, of course, but the way it started out, they didn't end up blowing out Penn State, like I said earlier, the way people probably thought they were going to. Fields on play action, man wide open at the 8-yard line, first and goal. Chris Olave, the intended target, comes down with a catch on 4th and a yard for a pickup of about 15 or so. So first and goal, Ohio State. And I mean, it's most definitely going to be over this score, Marcus Teague on the run. He's going to be brought down at the 1-yard line. Just too much. I mean, they're too good, they're too powerful. But Penn State tonight, because of that, they couldn't do anything. Ohio State just kept stopping them. They brought pressure, sacked how many times. No turnovers or a lot of penalties like last week, but they're just, in a mismatch. Flag on a play, a touchdown run up the middle, Marcus Teague. See what the flag is, probably a hold. Okay, so in illegal formation by Ohio State, they're going to replay the down. So from the 6-yard line out of the gun, out of the pistol, now out of the gun, Fields going to hand off Marcus Teague, and he gets back to the 1-yard line, more so the 2. So goal to go. Quarterback draw, Justin Fields is going to be stuffed at the 1-yard line. from the 1, and they do the Tebow jump pass. They fake going in, and then he steps back, and then Justin Fields with another touchdown pass. And Ohio State once again extends their lead, 37-19. Ohio State's going to be tough to beat anybody. I mean, last week they did look pretty good. I mean, Nebraska got out early and then it's pretty even, but then after halftime they basically blew them away. Tonight, though, watching both games, Ohio State, Nebraska, Penn State, Indiana, and then Penn State, Ohio State tonight, I feel as if, one, Penn State played better last week. Should have won, but they didn't. But Ohio State's looking, I think, better tonight than what they did last week. And then they'll get Rutgers coming into Columbus next Saturday night, and then Penn State's getting Maryland coming right here at Happy Valley next Saturday afternoon. So, I mean, an 8-game conference-only schedule. They're still going to have to play Michigan State and Michigan, team up north for them. Don't honestly really know right now their crossover games, other than Nebraska and then somebody else. Don't know who that other team is. If anybody does, in fact, know, let me know in the comments below. But you know, like I said earlier, Ohio State wins this. Winner of this game has won the Big Ten 4 years in a row. Margin of victory is going to be different. You know, 3 of the last 4, like I said, total 5 points. Last year's 11. Right now it's almost 20. We'll see if Penn State can cut it. You know, I mean, they are somewhat keeping it close. The closest they got it was 8. You know, here third quarter, early third quarter, coming out at halftime. I mean, 7 was, you know, 3 plays into the ball game, but 8, honestly, is the closest they've been able to get it. You know, 2 cents, 21-13, and then 28-13, 31-13, 31-19, and then Ohio State just scored again. So, you know, but no, like I was saying, like I said earlier, obviously you want to root for the conference at any point in time. You know, it's better for the league as a whole. I'll be rooting for Ohio State the rest of the way. I normally do. Whoever's in the driver's seat of the Big Ten. Especially bowl season. Everybody's going to be eligible for bowl games this year, but the way Michigan played today, the way even Michigan State played today, I mean, that game was close for Paul Bunyan's Axe. They're still going to have to play both those. Penn State will as well. So, I mean, with those 4 teams, that's the Big Ten East. You know, whoever wins those games, the majority of them at least, normally wins the division. And the winner of this game wins the conference as a whole. But I'll be rooting for Ohio State, probably Wisconsin. I mean, Penn State as a whole, too, you know, moving forward, diehard blue and white fan, but best shot for the Big Ten in the college football playoff to make the Big Ten look good. You know, knock the ACC and the SEC off their pedestal. Pac-12 returns next week. College game day is going to be in South Bend for Clemson Notre Dame. Saturday Night Football on ABC. Going to be Stanford and Oregon. We'll also check in on games for next week as well, coming up in a bit, so stay tuned for those. But I honestly think Ohio State, the way they played tonight, better than last week, watching both games, like I said. They'll be able to run the table. They'll win the Big Ten more so than not. They'll make the playoff, bearing, you know, any unforeseen circumstance. And, you know, may the best teams win then in the playoff and get to the national championship game, South Beach, on January the 11th. So we'll have to see what happens, but thank you guys once again for tuning in and watching. If you have chat questions or comments, let me know. Super chat, super stickers. If you like, follow, and subscribe. Thumbs up button, share as well. Talking about the college football playoff, the first ranking is going to be coming out November the 24th. And then the conference championship games mid-December. Selection show going to be the Sunday before Christmas, about 3 weeks later, because the season, of course, started later this year. And then the bowl games are going to be right before and during Christmas, right after Christmas into the new year. Pass complete to Parker Washington. He's had a very good quiet night on this Halloween full moon night in 2020, stepping up when he had a few catches last week. Had a touchdown and then the 2-point, I believe it was, in overtime. Or, yeah, he had the touchdown in overtime. That's what it was. Touchdown in overtime against Indiana last week for his only catch. But he's a freshman receiver. He's got time to grow, but still, he's, along with Keandre Lambert-Smith, in my opinion, those are the two most underrated receivers that they have at wide receiver to potentially make a name for themselves at some point. Clifford hands off Devin Ford. About a 2-yard run there. But, you know, like I said, I honestly think, you know, Penn State's going to be done now out of the Big Ten. You know, they'll probably finish out at 4-4, 5-3. You know, they'll probably lose another game or two, probably. Hope not, but probably. But there's no way they make the Big Ten title game. They're going to have to win out and have Ohio State lose twice. And they didn't beat them head-to-head, so that doesn't help either. So everybody can quit talking about that. Parker Washington, another reception there. Okay, here's Ohio State's remaining schedule. Rutgers, that's a win. At Maryland, that's a win. Indiana at home could be difficult. At Illinois, that's a win. At Michigan State, more so than all, that's a win. And then Michigan, that's also probably a win because Harbaugh can't beat the Buckeyes or the Spartans. And he can't beat Ohio State on the road either, as that game will be in Columbus on December the 12th. And then Michigan State comes here to play Penn State on December the 12th as well. Trips near side, ball 26-yard line. Clifford looking to throw. Deep down the far sideline in the end zone, a little too far. Incomplete, intended for Jahan Dotson once again, who has 2 touchdown receptions tonight. And as in the meantime, we have another technical difficulty. We should be all right here. We're gonna switch something and to play anyway in 07 here in the game. It's 38-19, excuse me, Ohio State. Clifford on the run up the middle, picks up a first down. Penn State once again knocking on the door. Hopefully they can punch it in here. Got the lead. How about another touchdown to Parker Washington for the second straight week? How about that? Clifford over the middle, slant complete. Keandre Lambert-Smith, and it's going to be dropped incomplete. Not a catch and then a fumble, straight incomplete. They roll it incomplete on the field too. But a nice pass over the middle. Could have been an even better catch, but we'll see if Penn State can, you know, cut it to 12 or so. However, a delayed game on the Penn State offense, having some issues now with something else. It's always something. I don't really care what it is. Well, I do care, but it's always something. It's always something. That's just how it is. But then it's always me too. Seems that way at least. From the 20, Clifford once again looking to throw, slant complete, and Dotson gets in the end zone for the third time tonight. A hat trick for number 5, Jahan Dotson. Touchdown, Penn State. And, you know, like I said earlier, if they would potentially go into overtime, have a little, you know, extra time with, you know, some more plays to potentially, you know, put up points, okay, might be able to win this thing. But, you know, it's cutting it a little close, a little too late. So, That's a touchdown. Knees down like the 2-yard line, but the ball's, so to speak, across the goal line in the end zone for a touchdown, and they rolled it a touchdown on the field. So we'll have to find undisputable video evidence, of course, to overturn that. And I would think that that would stand as called touchdown, but we're gonna make sure that the refs think about this, and hopefully this will stand, and Penn State will have another touchdown here to close it out, and then just build off, you know, the positives from this game. I mean, I get, you know, there probably wasn't as many as last week, even though they played better last week than tonight, and, you know, should have won. But then, you know, tonight they're playing a better team. I mean, Indiana's not bad either. Like I said, they won again today. But they put up almost 40. They put up 36 last week, and they put up 37 today. So they're, you know, averaging 36.5 per. But still, that Ohio State Indiana game could be good in a couple weeks, honestly. You know, top 15 showdown from the shoe. After review, tell me something good. Yeah, it's going to stand because it was a quick short replay. Touchdown, Penn State. Play stands as called. 3 touchdown receptions for Jahan Dotson this evening. 3. A hat trick for him. I think that's the most for a Penn State receiver in one game in quite some time, if I'm not mistaken. Penn State going to go for 2 again. Make it 11, 38-27 with 6.5 to play. Need a stop on defense. Another touchdown, another 2-point to tie it up at 38. It's possible. Plus a field goal. Plus a field goal. Still possible, though. Parker Washington in motion, trips in a bunch, top of your screen. Penn State going for 2 from the 3-yard line. Clifford drops back, looking to throw. Rolling out far side. Has a man. It's going to be dropped by Freiermuth in the end zone, incomplete. So still a 2-possession, 2-touchdown lead for Ohio State, 38-25 with 6:27 to play. So they need 2 touchdowns to win it. Still possible, but unlikely.
My name is Meredith, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A's mac and cheese is the oven-toasted, cheesy top layer. If home had a flavor, it would be Chick-fil-A's mac and cheese. I'm passionate about it.
Take a look at college football week 10 next week. November the 4th through the 7th, as the MAC will also return midweek. We'll have some action next Wednesday and Thursday. But college football next week, week 10. Check in on some other games there right now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
All the late games now officially underway. So when those go final, week 9 will officially be done. 38-25 Ohio State over Penn State. A&M's beating Arkansas 42-24. You know, flip the score there too, maybe. A&M's good. They are. I'm telling you. And I've been telling you guys for a couple years now, ever since Jimbo arrived. They're good. And who knows? In the SEC West, Alabama runs the table, wins the SEC. They're sitting there with 1 loss to Alabama, not having to play an SEC title game. They might sneak into the playoff as a Final Four participant.
Over the last century, we've seen tough times.
And then Virginia's still up 7 on Carolina in the 4th quarter. Okay, week 10 in college football next week. The MAC on Wednesday, some action with Eastern Michigan, excuse me. Eastern Kentucky and BYU just got underway from Provo. Next Wednesday, November the 4th, 2020. In the MAC, some action. Eastern Michigan and Kent State. Western Michigan and Akron. Buffalo and Northern Illinois, along with Ohio and Central Michigan. Ball State Miami, Ohio, Bowling Green, and Toledo. Next Thursday, Utah State, Nevada, Wyoming, Colorado State. Friday, ACC action, Miami and NC State, San Jose State and San Diego State, and then a big one with BYU and Boise State from the Blue Turf. Next Saturday, Maryland, Penn State, of course, 3:30. Live reactions, play live right here on YouTube. Rutgers, Ohio State, Oklahoma State, Kansas State. Another good one. Both teams coming off a loss, though. Texas A&M, South Carolina, Michigan, Indiana. That should be another good one. So the state of Indiana getting some marquee games next week. Clemson going to South Bend, take on Notre Dame, and then Michigan going to Bloomington, take on Indiana. Penn State with an onside kick, recovered by Ohio State. Chris Olave, hell of a night by him. First down, Ohio State. Baylor, Iowa State. West Virginia will go to Austin to take on Texas. Tennessee and the Hogs, as the Vols will take on Arkansas. Nebraska, Northwestern, along with Minnesota and Illinois. Both teams 0-2. Air Force, Army, Carolina, and Duke in college football, not college basketball. Arizona State, USC, SMU, Temple, along with South Florida, Memphis, Tulane, East Carolina, Tulsa, Navy, Louisiana Monroe, Georgia State. Liberty will go to Blacksburg to take on Virginia Tech. Michigan State, Iowa, going to be a good one. Michigan State pick up the first win today on the road against Michigan. They'll go to Iowa now, who's 0-2 after losses against Purdue and Northwestern. Arkansas State, Louisiana Lafayette. Troy, Georgia Southern. BC and Syracuse, good rivalry there in the Northeast. UMass, Marshall, App State, Texas State. And then North Alabama along with Southern Miss. However, we do have Florida, Georgia next Saturday afternoon, 3:30. Houston, Cincinnati, Purdue, Wisconsin. If Wisconsin even plays, that game could get canceled potentially if they have more positive COVIDs, or they, with their 7-day break from Wednesday, they might not have time to get out and practice and then have the game still on time, on schedule next Saturday. Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas Tech, TCU. So honestly, the games I'll have on next week during Penn State, Maryland at 3:30. I'll have Purdue, Wisconsin. See if we can get Florida, Georgia on at the same time too, with the CBS situation. With CBS on the main TV, where I, of course, will watch Penn State at the same time, but then CBS not being on the other. So we'll have to figure that out. Don't want to miss that one by any means, but I mean, at 4 o'clock then, Fresno State plays UNLV, Arizona, Utah. Yeah, Pac-12 comes back. We'll have the Pac-12 and Mountain West after dark coming up. Texas Tech, TCU, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, San Antonio, Rice, Charlotte, Middle Tennessee State, Florida International, UTEP, said Fresno State, UNLV, Arizona, Utah. Pitt will go to Tallahassee to take on Florida State. Vandy and Mississippi State, Western Kentucky, Florida Atlantic, and Louisiana Tech, North Texas, along with UCLA, Colorado, with Clemson, Notre Dame, Stanford, Oregon being the two big night games next weekend, at 7:30 on NBC and ABC respectively. Take a look at the stats for both Fields and Clifford tonight. 7 total touchdowns, about 600 total passing yards, no interceptions. Penn State did not turn the ball over tonight, as of yet. But Penn State going to call their first time out. 4:09 to play. Nittany Lions trail by 13. It's 38-25. Ohio State on top of the Nittany Lions, Penn State. South Alabama, Coastal Carolina, Louisville, and Virginia, along with Washington State and Oregon State, along with Washington and Cal. And then New Mexico goes to the islands to take on Hawaii. Some updates from around college football there right now. 38-25 Ohio State on top of Penn State. Arkansas coming back, but under a minute to play. They're down 11. It's 42-31. A&M's going to pull off the win. Florida 41-17 over Mizzou. 41-34 Virginia on top of Carolina. Oklahoma 55-14 on top of Texas Tech. Louisiana Lafayette leads by 10, 37-27 over Texas State. San Diego State 7-0 against Utah State. And then Nevada leads UNLV 3-0 as BYU leads Western Kentucky 14-3 at the end of the first quarter. So thank you once again for tuning in and watching my live reactions play-by-play of Ohio State, Penn State, and the Big Ten of college football this evening live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. As always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share once more, along with keeping those chat questions and comments, along with super chats and super stickers coming through. Always greatly appreciate it. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. More live reactions play-by-play live right here on YouTube of NFL football with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Baltimore Ravens.
You've never been in better hands. Allstate. Quicker call for a quote today.
Say, baby, look, well, let me tell you something. See, first thing, you can't be calling on my shell phone. Second thing is you can't be... No, baby, it's me. Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny? Where you at, player? No, it's not playa, it's playa. I'm from Long Beach, player. I know the playa. Anyway, how you living, buddy? Esta la buena vida, baby.
Seems like a rather personal question.
Mike Gesicki. Ohio State. Timeout. Shifts those two tight ends over to the left.
4 minutes to play. Ohio State ball at the 32. Justin Fields going to hand off. Big stop by Ellis Brooks and Akeem the Dream Beeman. 51, getting some playing time. Texas A&M going to beat Arkansas 42-31. Woo pig suey. Gig 'em. 5 years ago on Halloween, they scared the holy hell out of Kirk Herbstreit live on Saturday Night Football on ABC. Yeah, Notre Dame played at Temple. I remember watching that game. I remember that happening. So the past two Halloweens that have been on a Saturday, Saturday Night Football has been in the Keystone State in Philadelphia, and now right here in Happy Valley in State College. I knew that coming in. I didn't know if they were going to say anything by any means or not. But they didn't scare Herbie and I. They just re-showed the clip. Empty set, 5 wide for Fields. Looking to throw. He's big hit on the sack. Brandon Smith. Unblocked up the middle, and Fields goes down hard. First sack of the night, I do believe, for the Penn State defense on Justin Fields. And hey, it can't come at a later point with only 3 minutes and change to play. Now you're down 13. Boom. Big hit. And Ryan Day not liking that by any means. Like, that had to hurt.
Be a 57-yarder, and they're not going to try that again. Javier has not kicked since early on.
We'll see what Ohio State does here on fourth down. If they'll kick a field goal or punt it.
Walk-on backup kicker, but instead it's now Drew Crispin in the game to punt. So that's an important sack there to keep hope alive for this Penn State team. I just continue.
All right, so 3:59 to play. Penn State down 13. They need 2 touchdowns. They don't have any timeouts, but they're going to get the ball back, so we'll see what they do.
Been here a long time. He still talks about how much he said, well, I'm a Bud Foster guy at heart. He still goes back to anytime a defense coordinator says I'm a Bud Foster guy at heart, he talks about their aggressiveness as a defensive coordinator in attacking the offense. I'm a Bud Foster fan, as I'd always was. Oh, yeah. Wish him the best in retirement, guy. This one will try to knock the punt deep and force the Lions to go long.
Ohio State going to punt from the 40. Virginia extends their lead to 10. It's 44-30 for Hoos over the Tar Heels. We'll get Western Kentucky and BYU on as well. However, Ohio State just with the punt. Pins Penn State deep, however, a little miscommunication, and the ball goes into the end zone. So a touchback. And it'll be 1st and 10, Ohio. 1st and 10, Penn State, after the Ohio State punt from the 20-yard line.
See the backspin on that, where that ball is going to bounce back. Makes about an 19-yard difference, because Penn State's at the 20 now in this drive.
They're really promoting Pac-12 football coming back. Stanford and Oregon next Saturday night. See how Pac-12 goes this season. See how the rest of the Big Ten season goes as well. Got about a little over a month left, of course, even though we just began. And Clifford, first turnover of the game, interception. And he's going to make the stop as well. Comes down hard on the hit, but Clifford with an interception and a good return from Ohio State. And Ohio State going to have 1st and 10 from around the 12-yard line, it looks like. See a replay of this. Haven't really seen Keziah Holmes or Kevon Lee tonight. I mean, they've been in, but they haven't got any touches. And they haven't run the ball with Devin Ford whatsoever tonight. Yeah, intended for Friarmuth. He completely just missed him, threw it behind him. Dawson was also there too. And then Hooker picked him off and then returned it. Not for a touchdown, but for some good yardage. And we'll see where Ohio State now sets up shop 1st and 10 with 3 minutes to play up 13, 38 to 25 on the road against Penn State. So, yeah, I just jinxed the Nittany Lions. I said 1st and 10 Ohio State after the, 1st and 10. Penn State after the Ohio State punt, but 1st and 10 now Ohio State after Penn State interception. And a run up the middle by Marcus Teague. It'll be 2nd down, about 6. BYU 21-3 now over Western Kentucky out in Provo at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Penn State actually played against BYU on Halloween night before. Penn State with the loss, they'll go to 10-9 all time on Halloween. Ohio State will go to 13-3. But it looks like the Scarlet and Gray are going to beat the Blue and White. Fields under center, going to hand off again. Marcus Teague, he's going to lose a few yards. Penn State going to be 0-2 for the first time since 2012. And Happy Valley going to be unhappy for another week. Hopefully they can beat Maryland next Saturday. And then honestly, Nebraska, still in my opinion, is going to be tough because it's on the road. anytime Penn State and Nebraska hook up, it's always a slugfest. And it's always coming down to one of the final plays or a bad call from the officials or a missed call from the officials. So yeah, Penn State going to start out 0-2 for the first time since 2012. Like I said earlier, they lost to Ohio and Virginia. In both home and away games, they started out this year away and then home. It was home and away last time before they beat Navy week 3. So maybe they can beat, for week 3 for them in the Big Ten schedule this year, Maryland next weekend. You got the connection with Navy in Annapolis, which is in Maryland. Then you got the Terps coming up from College Park to take on Nitwits next Saturday at 3:30. So, Tulia Tagovailoa, Tua's little brother, lit up Minnesota last night. Minnesota 0-2. Like I said, they play Illinois now next Saturday. Thing with Maryland, they got blown out by Northwestern last Saturday night, and then they beat Minnesota in overtime by 1 last night. So what Maryland is Penn State going to get next weekend? And then what Penn State is Penn State going to have next weekend too? I mean, it honestly could be a coin flip. Coming off the shutout on the road on a Friday night last year, Maryland's going to want to try to get some revenge. You know, Tulia Tagovailoa, Tua's little brother, he's pretty damn good. He might actually be a little bit better than Tua in the run game. But they're both pretty damn good passers. Tua's, of course, a lefty, and Tulia's a right-handed quarterback. But watching that game last night, you know, and that went to overtime, and then Minnesota lost because they can't kick an extra point to tie it in overtime to force double overtime. Like, come on. So, Penn State, Maryland should be an interesting game next week. It honestly should. It honestly should. And hopefully, you know, Penn State can get their first win of the season in the first week of November. Who would have thought that? You know? I honestly can't remember, if ever, if they've started out 0-3. I'd have to check in on that over the next week. So stay tuned for that next week for Penn State, Maryland. Ohio State going to face Rutgers. 1:17 to play. 38-25 Ohio State on top of Penn State. We'll get final stats and scores here in a second. And Penn State, another thing, being ranked 18th tonight after a loss last week against Indiana. They were in the top 10, dropped to 18. A 13-point loss at home against a good Ohio State team tonight. They could fall to the ranks of unranked at 0-2. And as Ohio State's going to kick a field goal with 1:17 to play to make it 41-25. Kick's going to be up and no good again. 2 missed field goals by Ohio State tonight. So that's 44-25. I mean, they have had miscues. They have. And only if Penn State would have played a little better, I think it would have been a little bit better ball game. Laces weren't out. Laces were to the side. That's why I hooked it wide right. 2 missed field goals by the Buckeyes this evening. But Penn State's been ranked in the top 25 for 55 consecutive weeks. That streak could be over come tomorrow at 2 o'clock Eastern. However, still at home, losing by 13 unless they score again here. They have no timeouts, a minute 13 to play. Against the top 5, top 3 Ohio State team, I would think they'd fall to like 24-25 unless they do fall to unranked, but they play Maryland next week, so on to the next one. And, you know, honestly, tonight they just didn't play well. They couldn't move the ball whatsoever in the first half. They still don't have a running game. They had 50 total rushing yards tonight. Devin Ford had 8 carries for 36 yards, whereas Sean Clifford had 17 carries for 11 yards. And then Will Levis still had that 1 carry because Clifford had to come out because his helmet came off. 1 carry for 3 yards. So 50 total rushing yards. We'll see if they run it anymore here, but we'we'll get final stats for certain, for sure, 100%. Once this game does, in fact, go final. Screen, ooh, big hit from Ohio State. Pass complete to Devin Ford, about a yard on the reception. Under a minute to play. Ohio State's going to beat Penn State tonight. It's 38-25 right now. We'll see what the final score is. Pass complete. That's Jahan Dotson. Once again, another catch for him. He has 3 touchdowns this evening. Hat trick for him. Yeah, I can't remember last time a Penn State receiver had 3 reception touchdowns in one game. And then if Penn State has ever, or when the last time the Lions started out 0-3 if they lose to Maryland next week as well. But they're going to start out 0-2 tonight. 0-2 this year as Dawson falls, slips to the ground on the pass far side. 10 for him for Clifford. 40 seconds to play. But 0-2 this season for Penn State with a loss tonight. 0-2 for the first time since 2012. Bill O'Brien's first year right here in Happy Valley. He lasted 2 years, went to the NFL, just got fired by the Texans last month. Franklin stepped in. He's in his 7th season. Who knows? He might be on his way out if things keep it up. Sean Clifford going to go down on a sack. And honestly, that might do it. They'll probably try to snap it here once more, but this will do it, it looks like. Flag on the play. Ohio State had too many men on defense. So Penn State, Clifford on a quarterback keeper is going to get about 4 yards. So we'll add that to his rushing totals. But Ohio State going to have 12 on defense, and it'll be 5 yards, and they'll replay the down probably.
Maryland, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan State, and Michigan. Those are the opponents in the remaining regular season games for Ohio State.
Offside on Ohio State.
Anything can happen. No
Okay, 3rd down.
We almost saw a shocker today. Clemson's Death Valley, but come on.
Yeah, no upsets really today, even after, some close ones. I mean, Michigan State beat Michigan. That was unranked over a ranked team. But other than that, nothing really. Still a good day for college football, though. Any Saturday during the fall is. From the 29, Clifford looking to throw. It's going to be caught. Jahan Dotson once again. He has to have like 150 receiving yards, for God's sakes. If not more. But somebody else needs to step up. Parker Washington did. Keandre Lambert-Smith had a catch. No Cam Sullivan-Brown again. No Daniel George tonight, unlike last week. Like, what's up with that? This will more so not be the final play of the ball game. 11 seconds to play. Ball at the 40-yard line. Clifford out of the gun. He's going to roll out near side. Complete. And Keandre Lambert-Smith once again with another reception. Tackled inbounds. Clock expires. That's the ball game. Final score, Ohio State 38, Penn State 25. The Buckeyes defeat the Nittany Lions as the Scarlet and Gray win by 2 scores over the Blue and White on Saturday Night Football in the Big Ten. Handshake with Ryan Day and James Franklin. Penn State missed a few 2-point attempts. Still don't have a running game. They couldn't block up front tonight. They could not block whatsoever. But credit to Ohio State's defense. That D-line, Larry Johnson Sr., former Penn State assistant. I mean, like I said earlier, we've seen, what he's, capable of doing, coaching up players, like the Boses and the Chase Youngs at Ohio State. I mean, he's had his long list of players at Penn State, of course. No blue band. The band wasn't even in the stands. Whereas in other stadiums, bands are spaced out. I mean, we had fans spaced out, friends of coaches and players tonight for both teams. But Penn State about ready to sing the alma mater to the cardboard cutouts in the student section. But Ohio State with the win, 38-25 over Penn State tonight. Tough one, don't get me wrong. Not as heartbreaking as last week, of course, just frustrating. They can't block up front, can't run the ball. Clifford can't do it all. And then Dawson, he had 8 catches for 144 yards and 3 touchdowns. Whereas Freiermuth only had 3 catches for 46 yards, and then Parker Washington had 4 catches for 73 yards. Keandre Lambert-Smith ended with 2. He had the final catch there of the ball game, the final play. 2 catches for 18 yards for him. Virginia, they're going to beat North Carolina. BYU leading Western Kentucky here. Mid-second quarter, as I believe these are the only games now on. Well, Oklahoma and Texas Tech, they're just now beginning the fourth quarter. They must have had a delay of some sorts, because that game started at 8 o'clock. There's no way, or no reason why, that game shouldn't be over by now. When it's 55-14 Sooners over the Red Raiders. But then, yeah, it's BYU and Kentucky. Western Kentucky, that is, are the only games on. So we'll keep this on. But final stats and scores from Ohio State, Penn State here real quick before we sign off, and then be sure to tune in tomorrow and then also next weekend for more live reactions, play, college football, and the NFL. Like I said, they can't run the ball. Clifford can't do it all. He can't. I honestly don't know what to say. Somebody's got to step up. They got to figure something out. They continue to play like this all season long. It's going to be a long season. Like I said, it's not as frustrating, or it's not as heartbreaking as it was last week. It's just frustrating, because they can't get anything going. Like in the first half, they cannot move the ball whatsoever. Okay, they had 2 field goals, but basically both of them shouldn't even happen. One was a penalty, and then one was a kneel down where they said the clock ran out. Both teams going to halftime into the tunnel, into the locker room, and they call them both back out to continue playing to kick the field goal. It's 21-6 at halftime, and then Penn State cut it to 8. Like I said, early third quarter they had a very fast opening drive, as Ohio State did on a 3-play touchdown drive to begin the game. First play of the game was 62-yard end around on the reverse for Garrett Wilson. And just overall, they got to figure something out. I don't care what it is. Just do what you got to do. Pick up a win here sooner rather than later. Because if not, as ugly as it is now, and as unhappy as everyone is, it's going to be even worse. It's going to get uglier, and I don't even know if unhappier is even a word. But, come on. It's just frustrating, with... the play calling tonight wasn't bad, but, 10 plays in a row in the first half. Quarterback draw. No wonder they were stopping you. They knew you're running the same goddamn play. Come on. How stupid can you be? How it's not rocket science. Come on. Like I said, it's just frustrating. But they play Maryland next week. It should be a good game, honestly. But what Maryland is Penn State going to get? That's the big question, because the 2 games Maryland has. But then what Penn State's going to show up too, because they're more of a second half team once again this season. Like I said earlier, that's what it seems like. So, overall, tough, of course, but coming in, everybody was picking Ohio State. Everybody knew Ohio State was probably going to win. I mean, everybody has a shot, but that's why they play the games. And it showed. And like I said earlier, Ohio State looked 10 times better tonight, I thought, than what they did last week. They had a few miscues, though. They missed a few kicks. They didn't turn it over. Penn State did once, late there, and then Ohio State couldn't capitalize. Clifford had the one interception, but still. They didn't turn as many times as they did last week or have as many penalties. But those things absolutely kill you. And that's why they lost last week. If they beat Indiana and they still lose to Ohio State 1-1, okay, that's fine. That's what everybody was probably expecting. But then you lose to Indiana, but credit to Indiana. They're damn good now, too. They beat Indiana beat Rutgers today. They're 2-0. They're going to be in top 15. Rutgers is 1-1. They play at Ohio State next week. Michigan plays Indiana. Maryland, Penn State next week. Some good action next week in the Big Ten once again. Early November the 7th. But, overall, it's just frustrating. But hopefully they can build, like I said, off of all the positives that they've had over the past two games. And, maybe they'll go out and show out and be a totally different team next week. And then we'll be asking ourselves, well, where the hell was this the past two games? And, why didn't she play like that then? And, hell, who knows? You might be 3-0. Driver's seat in the Big Ten East, driver's seat in the Big Ten overall, because Ohio State's more likely than not going to win the Big Ten now, because 4 straight years, the winner of this game has won the Big Ten. So make it 5. Come December the 19th. Ohio State over Wisconsin, or Ohio State over whoever's coming out of the Big Ten West. Purdue, Northwestern are both 2-0. Minnesota, Iowa are 0-2. Wisconsin's only played once because they didn't play today. They already beat Nebraska pretty good last week. So a lot of football will be played, of course, moving forward. That's why they play the games. It's a long season. It's not over, until the season's over. Because you go back to 2012 when they started 0-2. O'Brien's first year, coming off the sanctions, nobody wanted to play for him, nobody wanted to root for him. They're done for. I heard it all, believe me. You stick with them. They finished 8-4 that year, okay? Couldn't go to a bowl game in 12 and 13, of course, because of the sanctions. They finished 8-4. And they finished 7-5 and 13 before O'Brien went to the NFL. And good for him. Congrats. And then he got fired, last month. But that's why I said earlier, and last week as well, first halves of football the past 2 weeks for Penn State. Tonight was worse than it was last week in the first half. But that overall, they hadn't played that bad since 2003 and 2004, respectively. Their last losing seasons. They've had a winning record. They have had winning seasons from 2005 on. And now with another loss in the whiteout, they dropped 8-9 all-time in the whiteouts, dating back to 04 as well. Once again, losing to Ohio State. They'll go to Columbus next year. Michigan's going to be coming to the whiteout next year. I have to look at the 2021 schedule. I don't know when that game is by any means, September, October, November. But who knows? The schedule could change because look at this year. Talking after the end of the Cotton Bowl last year. Oh, this is who they play next year, 2020. Well, this schedule they have now is their third schedule because of COVID. Because 2020 is 2020. But still long season. Last time, like I said, they started out 0-2. They finished 8-4. Now, credit, it's only an 8-game conference-only schedule. Like I said last week and earlier tonight, they'll probably finish 4-4, 5-3. I don't honestly see them winning 6 straight to finish at 6-2. I'll take 4-4. I'll take 5-3, honestly. Because they're still going to be going to a good bowl game. And as long as they have a winning record, it's a winning season. You get to 6 wins, you're going bowling. You're going to bowl game. Everybody's eligible for bowl game though this year because everything's so goddamn screwed up. Bowl schedule actually just came out the other day as well. So they might be going to Florida. They might be going 5 hours east to the Bronx again to play in the Pinstripe Bowl. They might be going out west or maybe to the Lone Star State again too. Who knows? But a lot of football from now until then, of course. And then they'll get the extra game during Big Ten Champions Week too for 9 total overall, if it's going to be 9 total overall, because look at Wisconsin, Nebraska, they didn't play today. No contest, they're not going to play, so they lose a game. But you have to play at least, I believe it is 6 games in the Big Ten to be eligible for the Big Ten championship game. If in fact you're in the lead percentage-wise, then in your division in the conference. So we'll see how it all shakes out, but they need to figure something out. Top to bottom, coaches, players, everybody involved with the program. It's just, when you know they can beat, and do 10 times better, it's just pathetic. Like I've said numerous times, it's just, overall it's just frustrating. It honestly is. And I mean, there's not much else to say after that, so I'll leave it at that for the time being. And of course, we'll elaborate on that more over the next month and a half until the end of the season. From now until Big Ten Champions League and then the bowl game. Hopefully, knock on wood, they go to a bowl game, because they haven't missed out on a bowl game since 2012 and 2013, because they couldn't go even though they were eligible win-wise, but because of the sanctions they weren't. But then you got to go back to 03 and 04 when they won 3 and 4 games, 7 in 2 years, which obviously didn't cut it, and then they were calling for Joe's head. And then 2005 rolled around, and the rest is history. And of course, 2011 happened, and hell, we're in 2020 now. And it was just 9 years the other day on Thursday, 409. So we'll see how it all shakes out. But they got to take a good hard look at themselves in the mirror. Figure out what they got to do better, and just do it. Plain and simple. I mean, there's nothing else to say. So I'll leave it at that. Final stats and scores from Ohio State, Penn State. Justin Fields was 28 of 34 for 318 and 4 touchdowns. He also, he had negative rushing yards because of a few sacks. So he didn't run the ball as well tonight as he did last year against St. Lions, but he threw it better. Threw 18 through the air and 4 touchdowns. Marcus Teague had 23 carries for $110 and a touchdown. Wilson had 1 carry for 62 yards. That was his first play of the ball game. And then Trey Sermon had 13 carries for 56 yards. Chris Olave, 7 catches for 120 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns. Garrett Wilson, 11 catches for 111 yards receiving. Ruckert, 425 for 2 scores. Williams, 2 of 23. Luke Farrell, 1 of 16. Houseman, 1 of 13. And then Smith, 1 of 6, along with Sermon, 1 of 4. And then Penn State, Sean Clifford was 18 of 30 for 281, 3 touchdowns and an interception. And then rushing, he also had 18 carries for 5 yards, took a few sacks, more than he should have. And then Devin Ford, 8 carries for 36 yards. They still don't have a running game. They need to figure out the running game. If they don't have a running game, they're not going to win. Plain and simple. You got to be able to run football to win. Play good defense, up on play action, rely on special teams. Jahan Dotson, great game for him. To check last time, once again, a Penn State receivers had 3 receiving touchdowns in the game, and then if Penn State loses to Maryland next week, and hopefully not, last time the Nittany Lions started out 0-3. But Dawson had 8 catches for $144 and 3 touchdowns. Parker Washington, 473. Fryermuth, 3 of 46. Keandre Lambert-Smith, 2 of 18. And then we'll look at some team stats here. First downs, Ohio State only had 4 more. Third down, they were 10 times better, though. Almost had 200 more total yards than Penn State. They controlled the game with time possession as well. 37:01 to 22:59. And, of course, running the ball late when you're up. Yeah, that's going to all add up. But, no, Ohio State deserved to win. They controlled the game. And the Ohio State Buckeyes defeat Penn State 38-25 once again. And we'll have to see how Penn State plays now next week against Maryland. So I'll leave it at that once again for the evening. Ohio State with a 38-25 win over the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. As always, links in the description below. Also, be sure to tune back in tomorrow for more live reactions, play-by-play, live right here on YouTube of Pittsburgh Steelers, Baltimore Ravens. The Scarlet and Gray defeat the Blue and White 38-25 on Saturday Night Football in the Big Ten. 38-25 Ohio State over Penn State. However, we still are Penn State.
And so